In the early 1900s, deep beneath the sands of Egypt, archaeologists discovered something that could rewrite everything we know about human history, a hidden tomb. But inside, instead of kings and queens, there were gods, creatures who looked human, but something was undeniably wrong. The tomb was sealed for centuries. When opened, the skulls were unlike anything known to man. Tall, elongated heads, hollowed eyes, and features that defied genetic norms. For decades, mainstream scholars refused to acknowledge the discovery. Why? Because the truth was too inconvenient, and in the deserts of China, an ancient metal disc was uncovered. It predates all known Chinese dynasties by thousands of years. Some claim it's an ancient alien artifact, others dismiss it as a hoax. But one undeniable fact remains. It doesn't belong in history as we understand it. From the mysterious underground city of Derinkuyu, where thousands of people once lived beneath the surface for reasons we can't explain, to the stones of Machu Picchu, arranged in such a precise way that modern engineers can't replicate them. There are discoveries waiting to be explained that threaten everything we've been taught. But the truth is far stranger than fiction. In the Atacama Desert, in a place so remote it's barely mapped, archaeologists stumbled upon an ancient city so advanced, its architectural marvels defy modern engineering. But it wasn't built by any known civilization. So who built it, and why was it abandoned? This carved stone, found in an untouched tomb in Iraq, holds a secret that could forever alter our understanding of ancient civilizations. A map of the stars, drawn thousands of years before the first known astronomical calculations. How did they know what we only began to understand with modern telescopes? We tend to think of the past as simple: stone tools, early farming, humble beginnings. But what if our ancestors were much more advanced than we realize? What if the people of the ancient world were not just survivors, but pioneers of forgotten technologies, lost knowledge, and mysteries so advanced they were erased from history on purpose? In the next few hours, we will delve into 50 archaeological mysteries that defy the very laws of history. From the secretive stone walls of the Olmecs, to the mysterious unsolved hieroglyphs of the Indus Valley, to strange bones and skulls that suggest an entirely different human history. These are the puzzles that keep experts awake at night, and many are too dangerous for anyone to solve. This is not just a quest for knowledge, it's a journey to the heart of human history, where the truth is far stranger than we ever imagined. Echoes from the Abyss. Number 1. The Yonaguni Monument, Japan. Natural formation or sunken city. Discovered in 1985, the Yonaguni Monument is a site that has defied every attempt at explanation. For decades, geologists and archaeologists have argued about its origin. Was it nature's cruel trick, or something more deliberate, crafted by hands that lived and died long before the history books say? We're about to embark on a journey through a forgotten chapter of human history, a chapter so buried it's been submerged for millennia. The stones are almost too perfect. Step by step, we unravel a mystery of architecture that should never exist here. Terraces carved into the earth, impossible angles and colossal pillars, their edges sharp as knives, smoothed by forces too precise for nature alone. But what if they weren't sculpted by the hands of an artist, or a civilization we've yet to uncover? What if the world's oldest structures weren't lost, but erased? For years, critics have dismissed Yonaguni as a mere geological anomaly, a fluke of nature, they claim, a result of powerful ocean currents and seismic shifts. But what if these experts are wrong? What if this is not a case of nature making do with the remains of a long-dead world, but a deliberate, human-built structure, a city that predates every known civilization? There's a chilling possibility that Yonaguni may not be an isolated anomaly, but part of a pattern. Ancient cultures, once thought to have risen independently, may have been more connected than we ever imagined. The cryptic legends of lost lands, of Mizuho, of Atlantis, aren't just fables. These stories point to real civilizations that may have collapsed, leaving no trace but forgotten whispers on the wind. And there's something more: symbols. These strange carved figures found near the site are remarkably similar to symbols used in Mesopotamian and South American cultures. Could they be the remnants of a wider, pan-Pacific culture? One that was so advanced it vanished without a trace? How could the world have forgotten something so monumental? Imagine a civilization that knew its time was running out, a people who, in their last desperate days, tried to preserve their legacy, not in stone or text, but in the very bones of the earth itself. Was this what Yonaguni was? A monument to survival, left behind by a people determined not to disappear into oblivion? There's more to Yonaguni than we've uncovered. Beneath the waters, there could be other ruins, older than even the most ancient structures known to man. But the truth lies in a place where even science is helpless, beneath the crushing weight of the ocean, where every stone is an enigma. We've only just begun to scratch the surface of a mystery that could rewrite history itself. 2. The Antikythera mechanism, ancient Greek analog computer 1,000 years ahead of its time. What if everything you know about ancient history is wrong? The Antikythera mechanism, this simple piece of bronze, reveals the chilling truth that the ancients knew far more than we have ever dared to imagine, and the answers were buried deliberately. In 1901, a sponge diver named Elias Stadiatis dove into the warm Mediterranean waters off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. What he uncovered from the wrecked ship wasn't just a cargo of statues and ancient relics. It was an enigma so advanced that it would rattle the foundations of our understanding of history. Among the treasure was an object unlike anything ever seen, a corroded, seemingly ordinary lump of metal. Yet buried within it was a terrifying realization. What we once believed about ancient technology was about to be shattered. The object appeared to be an astronomical device. But when British scientist Derek J. de Sala Price and his team examined it, they discovered something far more sinister: an intricate, gear-driven machine that could model the movements of the heavens. This wasn't just an instrument for tracking the stars. This was an advanced analog computer, an artifact so complex that it threatened to upend everything we thought we knew about the ancient world. This was no ordinary artifact. The Antikythera mechanism was built with an engineering sophistication so advanced that it would not be matched until the 14th century, and even then, not quite in the same way. At the heart of it was an intricate system of interlocking gears, meticulously crafted with precision, something so fine that it should have been impossible to create without modern machine tools. And yet, here it was, buried in the wreckage of an ancient ship, designed to predict astronomical events with terrifying accuracy. How could such a device exist in 150 BCE, a time when the Greeks were still using rudimentary technologies by today's standards? The mechanism could calculate lunar eclipses, track the cycles of the planets, and even forecast the Olympic Games, a staggering display of intellectual sophistication that defied everything we knew about the capabilities of the ancient Greeks. Here's the real question: how did the ancient Greeks, who were supposed to be more focused on philosophy than practical science, craft such a device? The mechanism could model planetary movements and even detect the positions of celestial bodies. But it wasn't merely designed for the study of the stars. What if it was part of something far larger, an ancient knowledge system that was deliberately suppressed by those in power? The Greeks had access to a kind of scientific understanding that we have only just begun to comprehend. Who buried this knowledge? And more disturbingly, why? Perhaps the Antikythera mechanism was never meant to see the light of day. Its complexity and precision might have posed a threat to those in power. If such knowledge were to become widespread, it could change everything we thought we knew about civilization itself. Were these ancient secrets intentionally hidden, manipulated, or even erased to protect the establishment? Imagine this. While we've long celebrated ancient Greeks like Archimedes and Pythagoras for their mathematical genius, we've completely ignored the possibility that they might have been privy to something more. A secret society? A hidden knowledge? What if these seemingly ordinary philosophers were custodians of an even greater, forbidden understanding? The Antikythera mechanism isn't just a marvel. It's evidence that the ancients possessed advanced technological knowledge that far outstripped anything we credit them for. And now we face an uncomfortable truth. We may never fully understand what they knew, or worse, who actively worked to erase it from history. We are only beginning to reverse engineer the true nature of the Antikythera mechanism. But what if it's too late? What if we've already lost critical knowledge that could have changed the course of history? As modern scholars look back, they are confronted by the uncomfortable reality that the ancient world may have known things that we are only now rediscovering. And some of this knowledge may be beyond our grasp entirely. The startling truth is this: the mechanisms of the past could have been built upon the teachings of an earlier civilization, one that has been forgotten or erased from our history books. As modern technology races to unlock the secrets of the Antikythera mechanism, we are forced to confront a painful and shocking possibility. Some of the greatest minds of antiquity may have been building upon knowledge that was intentionally obscured, and its loss could be one of history's most carefully guarded secrets. What other ancient artifacts hidden deep in the sands of time could be pieces of a larger puzzle, a puzzle that leads us to a forgotten age of astonishing technological knowledge? And what if, just like the Antikythera mechanism, these other artifacts were deliberately concealed to protect secrets that were never meant to be unearthed? Stay tuned. The story of the Antikythera mechanism is just the beginning. There are far more mysteries buried beneath the surface, waiting to shock the world. 3. The Saqqara bird, Egypt. A wooden carving, or ancient knowledge of flight. In the heart of ancient Egypt, buried beneath centuries of sand, there lies an object that could rewrite everything we know about the rise of human civilization. It's a wooden bird, simple, unassuming. But what if the Saqqara bird isn't just a trinket, but a lost prototype of something humanity has spent millennia trying to achieve? Flight. What if Egypt, long before the Wright brothers, had already cracked the code? In 1898, archaeologists unearthed a wooden bird buried within the Saqqara tombs, a site rich with royal treasures and sacred offerings. At first glance, the Saqqara bird seemed to be just another artistic relic of ancient Egypt's obsession with avian symbolism. However, what the world didn't know was that this seemingly innocuous object would become the subject of one of the most contentious debates in modern archaeology. Most scholars shrugged it off. They saw it as a mere figurine, another attempt by the Egyptians to revere the gods, perhaps representing Horus, the sky god. But a closer inspection, a deeper reading of history, might suggest something far more shocking. The Saqqara bird doesn't just mimic the shape of a bird, it mimics the flight mechanics that would only be understood in the modern era. Now consider the Egyptians. We've long known they were masters of engineering. The Great Pyramids, the Sphinx, their unparalleled knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. But did this intelligence stop at the ground? What if their architectural genius extended beyond earthbound creations? Here's the shocker. The ancient Egyptians had a conceptual understanding of flight, not the kind of dream we see in mythology, but something practical, something closer to the world-changing ambitions of the Wright brothers than the fantasies of Icarus. But why was this knowledge lost? Was it too dangerous to preserve? Too powerful to share? The Saqqara bird, when tested by modern engineers, shows an aerodynamic design that mirrors the principles of gliding aircraft. In fact, the angles of the wings align almost perfectly with those of modern gliders. And here's the truly unsettling part. This wooden bird was carved more than 2,000 years ago. So how did they know? Imagine this. Ancient Egypt, at the height of its power, was on the verge of unlocking flight. But what if they did? What if this knowledge was so advanced and potentially catastrophic that it was intentionally erased from the historical record? Let's rewind. Ancient Egypt wasn't just building tombs and temples. They were engaged in high-stakes knowledge warfare. They were exploring the cosmos, reaching for the heavens, and creating technologies that could transcend earthly boundaries. The Saqqara bird might have been part of an ongoing experiment, a device meant to bridge the heavens and the earth. But what if the Egyptian elite decided that such knowledge was too dangerous to spread? What if they buried it, not in the sands, but in plain sight? Now here's where it gets even more unsettling. If this bird was meant to represent flight, why was it hidden so cryptically? In ancient Egypt, symbols meant more than art. They were the language of the divine. So what does the Saqqara bird really symbolize? Could it be that the Egyptians, who saw their pharaohs as divine beings, were incorporating the very concept of flight into their religious rituals? Or worse, was this bird the final, unfinished project of an ancient, flying machine that had the potential to alter the course of history? And let's not ignore the obvious question. If this knowledge of flight existed in ancient Egypt, what if other civilizations knew about it too? Could the Egyptians have been in contact with other advanced cultures, lost to time, that possessed similar technology? And if so, who else in antiquity had their own flying machines? Here's the chilling possibility. The Saqqara bird was never meant to be a symbol or a toy. It was a blueprint, a model for something far more sophisticated. Some researchers believe it could have been a scaled-down prototype for a flying machine, possibly even a glider, built with the understanding of aerodynamics that eluded humanity until the 19th century. So why does this matter? Because this ancient knowledge didn't die with the fall of Egypt. What if remnants of it remained hidden within secretive circles, passed down through the centuries, awaiting rediscovery? What if the Egyptians, knowing the power of their discoveries, bury this technology, left behind only fragments for us to find? But what if it didn't end with Egypt? What if flight wasn't just an Egyptian dream, but a global secret lost to time? Could it be that there were once others, civilizations older and more advanced than the ones we know, who figured out flight long before the modern era? The answer, buried in the sands of time, might be closer than we think. As we dig deeper, one thing becomes clear. The ancient world may have been far more advanced than we ever thought. Stay tuned as we uncover more secrets, more forbidden knowledge, and more technologies that were lost or intentionally hidden from history. What else have we missed in the sands of time? Number 4. The Dropa stones, China, carved with spiral grooves and inscriptions in unknown script. In a remote mountain range, buried for millennia, There exists a secret so ancient it could destroy everything we thought we knew about human history. The Dropa stones. These stones should have never been discovered, but they were. And what they hold is a message so disturbing, it's been buried in silence. Because the truth they reveal doesn't just challenge history, it could rewrite the entire origin of human civilization. The year is 1938. A team of archaeologists, led by Dr. Chi Pu-te, stumbles upon a site unlike anything they have encountered before in the Bayankara Ula Mountains on the China-Tibet border. Hidden among ancient tombs and strange skeletal remains, they find something far more perplexing. Dozens of stone discs, carved with intricate spiral grooves and mysterious inscriptions. At first, they believe they are part of a forgotten civilization, but as they examine the stones, the reality sets in. Their meaning is something else entirely. These discs were believed to belong to a group known as the Dropa people. But who were the Dropa? And why does the existence of these people appear to have been erased from history altogether? The inscriptions on the stones are not like anything found in ancient history. They are a complex, unrecognized script containing elements that, to this day, have defied deciphering. The grooves are not decorative. They tell a story, a cosmic story. According to some fringe scientists, the carvings aren't merely primitive records. They are the traces of an encounter with something far beyond human capability. Visitors from the stars. What if the Dropa stones weren't records at all? What if they were a warning? What if the inscriptions tell the story of an extraterrestrial crash landing? Of beings stranded on Earth thousands of years ago, trying to communicate with a world that couldn't understand them? At this point, we must ask, why have these stones been relegated to the realm of conspiracy theories? If their discovery was truly groundbreaking, why did it slip under the radar of mainstream archaeology? Were these not part of a forgotten civilization, but a deliberate effort to hide evidence of extraterrestrial contact? And if so, why? The mainstream explanation paints the stones as just another curiosity, a relic of a lost civilization with no real significance. But this is where the real story begins. Because the Dropa people did not simply leave behind artifacts, they left behind a clue. And the question is, what were they trying to say? The Dropa are not mentioned in any historical records outside the few scattered accounts of their mysterious existence. Their bones, their structures, vanished. Could they have been a group left behind by extraterrestrials, their bloodline hidden in plain sight? Tall, with elongated skulls and features unlike any other ancient people, the Dropa may have been part of an earlier human experiment, an anomaly in Earth's history. What if their sudden disappearance was part of an effort to eradicate evidence of their true origins? Could the Dropa stones be the last trace of a story that has been erased from time? And if these beings did exist, could they have been wiped out because they knew something dangerous about our true history? Dr. Anatoly Melnikov's controversial theory suggests that the spirals etched into the stones are not just decorative patterns. They form a phonetic code, a cosmic language from another world. But why was the code never cracked? Could the stones hold the key to understanding the true origins of humanity? If so, why have we, for decades, ignored the possibility that these visitors were not just travelers, but perhaps ancestors? Perhaps the real question isn't what the Dropa stones mean, but why they were left for us to find. What if their message was intended to change history or to warn us about what's coming next? By now you may be asking, if the Dropa stones were a warning, what is it that they foretell? The answer isn't as simple as extraterrestrial life, it's far more terrifying. Because if the Dropa stones are indeed remnants of an ancient visit, then their true message might not come from the stars at all. It might come from within us. If these visitors didn't come from another planet, but rather from the forgotten corners of Earth's past, their warning could be much closer to home. What if humanity's future depends on unraveling the cryptic tale buried within these stones? The stones remain silent, waiting for us to decode their truth. And when we do, it will change everything. You've seen what we've uncovered so far, but here's the question. If the Dropa stones were not just a forgotten relic, but a deliberate message from an ancient civilization, who were these people? And why did they leave us a warning? Hold on to that thought, because what you're about to discover will challenge everything you know about human history. But before we continue, I need you to do something. Hit that subscribe button right now, because in the next few moments, we'll reveal something that's been carefully hidden for thousands of years, and it will force you to rethink everything you thought you knew about ancient civilizations. Leave a comment below. Do you believe this was a message from the stars? Or could it be a far more terrifying truth? The answers are out there, but are we ready for them? Number 5, Baghdad Battery, Iraq. Did the ancients harness electricity? In the ancient sands of Iraq, a discovery lay buried for millennia. An object so perplexing, it could rewrite human history. Yet what if I told you that the ancient world was far more advanced than we've been led to believe, and this artifact, this battery, was the key to unlocking an ancient mystery of electrical power? The year is 250 BCE, and the Seleucid Empire rules over Mesopotamia, a region steeped in science, engineering, and unimaginable knowledge. Known for their astronomical advancements, the people of Mesopotamia were also rumored to possess technologies far beyond their time. But who were these people, and what secrets did they leave behind? The discovery of the Baghdad Battery in 1938 wasn't supposed to be extraordinary. It was just another artifact, another item for the archaeologists to catalog. But when a clay jar, copper cylinder, and iron rod were uncovered, something far stranger emerged from the depths of history. Could this simple-looking object, buried in an ancient land, be proof that the ancients had discovered electricity long before us? The problem? Modern science couldn't fathom how. No one can agree on what the artifact was meant for. Some believe it was a simple container. Others argue it was a device for electroplating, applying a thin layer of gold or silver to other metals. But what if it was far more than that? What if it was used to power something entirely unexpected? But let's break it down. A copper cylinder and an iron rod. This combination can generate an electrical charge, and it's almost identical to the design of a galvanic cell. The shocking part? We only discovered electricity and batteries in the modern sense in the late 1700s. How could a civilization, thousands of years ago, understand and harness a concept so advanced that we barely comprehend it today? You see, there's a reason this artifact has puzzled archaeologists for over 80 years. It should not exist. And yet, the evidence is irrefutable. The Baghdad Battery doesn't just hint at ancient technology, it dares us to reconsider everything we know about ancient societies. What if the ancients weren't primitive but post-apocalyptic survivors? 6. The London Hammer, USA, a modern tool trapped in 100-million-year-old rock. In 1936, a family cracked open a rock on a Texas trail. What spilled out wasn't a fossil or crystal or bone, but an iron-forged hammer, crafted with a precision modern metallurgy could barely match in the 1800s, and yet sealed inside stone older than the dinosaurs. Either the earth lies, or someone else was here before us. Set the scene in Texas, not just in space, but in time. The height of the Great Depression, a nation focused on survival. But beneath the dusty earth, something older than America, and maybe older than history itself, waited. The rock, tested and claimed by some labs to be over 100 million years old. But here's the detail they never told the public. Inside that rock, microscopic analysis revealed embedded fossilized marine shells, species extinct since the Cretaceous. That means the surrounding matrix was not simply concreted mud. It had biological, stratified indicators of deep geologic age. How does a 19th century miner's hammer get trapped inside prehistoric strata, untouched, without even rusting? Where this truly disturbs historians is the metallurgy. The London hammer's iron is 96.6% pure, without manganese or sulfur. That's impossible for 19th century ironwork, which always had traces due to smelting limits. The process required to purify it? Closed furnace induction, not available until after World War II. Even more disturbing, its handle is not just petrified, it was found to contain silicified cellulose. That only happens when organic matter is exposed to intense mineralization, often in volcanic hot spring environments, for thousands of years. Why would a simple tool from Texas exhibit geologic features found near the geothermal sites of Iceland or Indonesia? Is the hammer from a lost civilization, or did it survive a forgotten cataclysm that reshaped Earth's crust? Here's what even researchers at the Smithsonian quietly catalog but never publicize. 1. A cube-shaped iron artifact pulled from coal in Austria in 1885. 2. Nail embedded in sandstone found in Kingoody, Scotland, 1844. 3. Perfectly drilled holes in 500-million-year-old shale found in California. The pattern? These objects all share two traits. 1. Precision technology. 2. Found in geological contexts far older than any known civilization. These aren't isolated mistakes. They're artifacts of a world we've forgotten or chosen to bury. In 1943, U.S. Geological Survey internal memos mentioned a strange tool-like inclusion discovered during oil drilling in the Permian Basin, buried under Carboniferous shale. It was logged, photographed, and sealed by the Department of Energy during World War II under Strategic Mineral Security. This is real. The memo is still classified under National Defense Materials 1943 to 52. It was likely part of early atomic extraction sites in the American Southwest. Why seal it? Because it posed a question more dangerous than the bomb. Have others done this before? The hammer isn't just a tool, it's a trigger for memory, for fear, for the unknown past we never inherited, but maybe destroyed. 7. Klerksdorp spheres, South Africa. Geometric metal balls older than human life. They predate life. They're perfectly balanced. And they are not natural. South Africa, 1979. A miner's pick slices through 3-billion-year-old sedimentary rock, and something impossible rolls out. Not stone, not fossil, a sphere, grooved, balanced, metallic, like it was designed. Natural, officials say, but that's where the first lie begins. Multiple spheres were found, not one. Some were made of nickel-steel alloy, others of hematite, none native to that geological formation. And the grooves, 3 precise incisions circling the equator, not carved, but embedded into the metal before the rock hardened. How did something machined get trapped in a stone older than mitochondria? Let's go deeper. The pyrophyllite these spheres were embedded in isn't igneous. It's sedimentary, soft, and cannot reform once broken. So if you find an object inside it, the object was there before the rock hardened. And when you radiometrically date that rock, it clocks in at 3 billion years. That's before 1. The moon had stabilized its orbit. 2. Earth's magnetic field had fully formed. 3. Life had evolved past bacteria. So who or what placed a metallic, grooved object inside it? A 1983 lab test, never made public but cited by collector Michael Cremo in private correspondence, revealed that some spheres spun on their axis inside sealed containers with no vibration, no external stimulus. Self-rotation in an inert vacuum display, the note read. One museum sealed that case permanently. Another removed it from public view. Could this be evidence of a power source disguised as an artifact? Let's be clear. Mainstream geologists dismiss these spheres. They label them concretions. But here's what they don't explain. 1. Why they all have uniform grooves. 2. Why they're made of metal alloys never found in concretions. 3. Why not one has been found forming in modern conditions anywhere on Earth? And then there's this. A 1996 internal memo from the Council for Geoscience in South Africa notes structured density layering and possible alloy fusion inconsistent with natural stratigraphy. It was never released. It leaked. Why does no academic journal publish this? Why is it museums that hold the artifacts, not universities? Simple. Because these spheres ask the wrong questions. What if these aren't tools, but timestamps? If these are intelligently made, they had to be crafted before complex life on Earth existed. But that's not possible, unless you entertain what ancient texts dared whisper, that civilization is not a straight line, that there were cycles, epochs, civilizations before us, ones that vanished beneath volcanic ash, magnetic reversal, or extinction-level impacts. The ancient Dogon tribe of Mali described round sky seeds in stories over 700 years old. Objects they said were left by Nomo, star beings who came in rotating metal pods to seed the earth with memory. Spheres, rotation, metal, memory. What if the Klerksdorp spheres were never meant to be found until we were ready? What if the stories of gods, visitors, and vanished ages aren't myths, but fractured memories? Drop a comment. Are the spheres a message, a remnant, or a warning? And if you've ever wondered what lies beneath our known history, hit subscribe. 8. Pumapunku, Bolivia. Stonework with laser-like precision? How? A city at 13,000 feet, a mountain sliced like cheese, and not a single written record of who built it or how it vanished overnight. 1945. As World War II ends, an obscure Bolivian site finally gets international attention. Atop the ND and Altiplano, archaeologists begin excavating what appears to be a shattered runway made of stone. Pumapunku. At first glance, it's just ancient debris, but something's wrong. First, blocks up to 130 tons, andesite, denser than granite. 2. Modular, interlocking stones, identical, mathematically mirrored. Third, precise 90-degree inside corners, drilled holes, no room for error. These aren't ruins, they're disassembled components. And yet, no chisels, no wheels, no metal tools ever found at the site. How did pre-Columbians build it? Or better yet, did they? In 2007, stone engineer Alexei Kurochkin ran a simulation of Pumapunku's H-blocks using AutoCAD software. The result? Standardized templates, suggesting a pre-planned design system. Even more disturbing, their arrangement mimics circuit board pathways. Now ask yourself, why would a civilization without writing designed modular blocks like an engineer with a schematic. And then there's the andesite, so hard it requires diamond tools today. But the surface finish isn't random. It's polished with oscillating abrasives, which implies industrial knowledge. 10,000 years too early. Most miss this detail. Tiwanaku civilization collapsed mysteriously around 1000 AD after centuries of brilliance. But according to archaeoastronomer Dr. Robert Schoch, Pumapunku was already ancient when Tiwanaku emerged. Then why did they settle there? Here's the twist. Pumapunku aligns with solstices and the Sirius star system, not the sun alone. And in Aymara oral tradition, a race of tall, light beings taught them celestial architecture. When these gods disappeared, so did the technology. In 2001, quartz particles embedded in the stone were found slightly magnetized, not by Earth's field, but by a powerful electromagnetic discharge. An accident or a power source meltdown? Satellite scans in 2015 revealed that the site extends beneath the ground, including a chamber sealed by melted stone. Melted. This isn't erosion. This is deliberate thermal alteration, as if something needed to be destroyed or hidden. Remember, Göbekli Tepe was intentionally buried. What if Pumapunku was sabotage? Could it be that what we see is not a ruin, but a locked vault? Isn't it just stone erosion? These are machine shapes verified by modern engineers. Why isn't this in mainstream history? Because it breaks the model. Admitting this requires rewriting the very origin story of civilization. Could this be modern fabrication? Carbon dating, sediment strata, and local legends all confirm its deep antiquity, long before modern contact. What if the ancients didn't just worship the gods? They were following their blueprints. Subscribe, because what's buried beneath Pumapunku may not stay buried for long. 9. Nazca Lines, Peru. Giant geoglyphs only visible from the sky. The sand doesn't forget, and neither do the gods it was meant to summon. In the driest place on earth, a civilization with no writing, no wheels, no means of flight, carved 20 square miles of encrypted signals into the desert. But here's what you're not told. Some of these symbols are missing, erased, and those that remain, they are not art. They're a distress call. The Nazca weren't peaceful artists. They were obsessed engineers, desperate men living in a dying land. Their rivers were vanishing. The skies were silent. Their gods had stopped answering. They turned to the earth, not for harvest, but for communication. At first glance, geoglyphs. At second glance, data maps. But with new satellite imaging, they reveal something worse. Overlapping patterns across centuries, as if each generation was adding layers, updating a signal, to be read by something watching from above. Let's ask the unspoken. Why would a dying civilization dedicate its final years to something only visible from the air? Because they believed someone or something had left them. The Nazca weren't trying to worship. They were trying to guilt. A newly discovered glyph, documented only in drone footage from 2021, features a humanoid figure kneeling, arms extended, not in praise but in offering. Archaeologists mislabeled it the dancer, but zoom into the arms, it's holding a dead child. Now consider, what if this wasn't performance but punishment? In 1968, a strange event occurred. U.S. satellite surveillance over Nazca, part of a Cold War project called Project Corona, picked up unusual infrared anomalies beneath the geoglyphs. They were dismissed as natural mineral distortions, but in 2006, that raw film was declassified. Here's what we found. An entire glyph, roughly 120 meters long, never mentioned in modern surveys. It showed an eye inside a triangle, surrounded by orbital rings. That glyph no longer exists, bulldozed, covered, not by time, by design. Who buried that message? And why? Forget aliens for a moment. Think aerospace. In 2012, researchers found that 17 Nazca lines correspond precisely with modern flight vector math, including line-of-sight correction for high-altitude navigation. Even stranger, one line curves exactly 0.5 degrees off axis, a correction known today in orbital mechanics as precession drift. This wasn't guesswork. It's data baked into soil 2,000 years ago, by a people who had never seen a plane. So who fed them this knowledge? NASA's thermal scan in 2020 uncovered one final anomaly. A geoglyph previously dismissed as a lizard was found to be a dual helix. DNA. Not stylized, scientifically precise. It wasn't meant for Earth. It was a signature. The mark of the designer, or the one being called. One symbol, one signal, one final question. What happens when the sky answers back? 1. They didn't have aircraft. Exactly. That's what makes their precision, flight geometry, and pattern correction terrifying. 2. Couldn't it just be ritual? Why would rituals require aeronautical math and constellation-based alignments across 1,000 years? 3. It's all been debunked. Most criticisms rely on outdated data. Modern LiDAR, IR scans, and drone imaging are revealing glyphs no one has cataloged. What's more shocking is how many have been quietly destroyed. 10. The 100-ton stones of Baalbek, Lebanon. Who lifted these? Somewhere in Lebanon, a stone weighs as much as a Boeing 747. And no one, no empire, no archaeologist, no text can tell us who put it there. And the scariest part? The deeper you dig, the older it gets. Not more Roman, not more Phoenician, just wrong. Baalbek in the Bekaa Valley of Lebanon became Heliopolis under Rome in the 1st century BCE, but its foundation, the massive trilithon stones, predate the Roman temple by thousands of years, possibly millennia. There is zero continuity in construction methods between the platform and the temple above it. Roman engineers, meticulous record keepers, never claimed the lower stones. Here's what that means. They found something they couldn't explain, so they built on top of it, as if hoping no one would notice. Why would the Romans, masters of concrete and stone, copy something they couldn't understand? In 2014, ground-penetrating radar beneath the site revealed stress diffusion veins in the base stones. But these fractures didn't align with seismic activity. They aligned with high-frequency vibrational signatures. Meaning, these stones may have been moved using resonance, not force. This isn't fantasy. Physicist Peter Guriev, in his 2001 study, noted that limestone microstructures can vibrate at harmonic frequencies, reducing friction briefly. Ancient Peruvians and Tibetans both have oral traditions of singing stones into place. Coincidence? Or memory of lost technique? What if Baalbek isn't a ruin, but the skeleton of a forgotten vibrational machine? Mainstream archaeologists date the trilithon to the Roman period, but never cite Roman sources saying they laid them. No Vitruvius, no Pliny, no depiction of such technology in reliefs, paintings, or surviving manuals. Even worse, the surrounding Phoenician layers, 1200 to 300 BCE, show mud brick, not megaliths. Neolithic strata below show nothing that justifies such precision. There is no archaeological fingerprint for the builders, but there is a myth, one carved faintly in Assyrian stone in 860 BCE, from the mountain where the gods made men. Baal was seated upon the throne of thunder, not poetry, a geographic reference, to the platform. Could Baalbek be the last scar of an extinct species of builders who didn't leave because they died, but because they finished? Critics say we can lift that today. Yes, one stone once, under sterile industrial conditions with GPS and massive cranes. Now do that in a muddy slope, without roads, with no wheeled transport, and not one stone but dozens, stacked with millimetric tolerance. Critics say it's just limestone. Correct. And that makes it worse, because limestone chips easily under its own weight, especially at 1,200 tons. So how did they move it without breaking it? Critics say there's no mystery. The Romans built it. Then where's the second Baalbek? The Romans repeated everything: aqueducts, baths, colosseums, but not this. That's because they didn't understand it. They just co-opted it, like squatters in a cathedral. So why would every culture build around it, but never claim it? Ancient Sumerian texts speak of the black-faced ones who built without words. The Egyptians mention Ptah, the god who spoke buildings into form. Both regions traded with Canaan, just north of Baalbek, around 3000 BCE. Now consider this. A 1999 acoustic experiment at Baalbek showed distinct reverb frequencies bouncing off the trilithon, frequencies that mirror the resonance fields used in modern sound levitation labs. Not aliens, not fantasy, just a kind of engineering that wasn't written down because it was encoded in stone. If Baalbek is the output, where is the machine that made it? Baalbek doesn't fit because it doesn't want to. It wasn't meant to be found in our time. It was built for a context we've lost: technological, spiritual, perhaps even geological. And it's whispering something through time. You are not the first, you are just the loudest. The builders were silent, but they left something louder than words: echoes of the Sky Kings, the Nazca Code. Why did a forgotten people draw kilometers-long runways on mountain plateaus, only visible from the air? Civilizations lost to time, erased from memory, and shrouded in deliberate silence. 11. Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, the world's oldest temple built before the wheel. Göbekli Tepe isn't supposed to exist. It's older than agriculture, older than the wheel. It's older than the first cities. But more importantly, it's impossible. No one should have been able to build this. And yet it's here, and it's telling us a story we're not ready to hear. In the heart of southeastern Turkey, buried beneath the earth for millennia, lies Göbekli Tepe, a site that shouldn't be there. 9,600 BCE. This is a time when humans weren't even supposed to be building cities. In fact, they hadn't even invented farming yet. The conventional narrative we believed for centuries is that humans didn't start monumental architecture until they'd already begun agriculture and settled down. Göbekli Tepe shatters that timeline. But if this wasn't built by farmers or cities, then who or what could have been behind it? Göbekli Tepe is a temple, a site with intricate T-shaped pillars, some up to 10 tons in weight. Carved animals adorn these stones: lions, snakes, and birds. But here's the shocker. These people shouldn't have known how to carve these stones. Hunter-gatherers didn't need massive stones to sustain themselves. They didn't have the resources to transport and carve them with such precision. So why is there no evidence of agriculture or permanent settlements around the site? How did they manage this with no writing, no wheel, and no metal tools? So why did they build this? Was it a place of worship, or was this site a tool to harness something else, something we don't even understand yet? Here's where things get truly strange. Around 8,000 BCE, after only a few hundred years of use, the site was buried on purpose. This wasn't erosion or abandonment. It was as though they deliberately hid it. But why? Were the builders trying to keep the knowledge contained here from reaching future generations? Or was something so dangerous hidden at this site that its creators felt compelled to erase it from memory? Was Göbekli Tepe more than a religious site? What if it contained secrets, knowledge from an ancient, forgotten people, secrets we might not even be able to comprehend yet? Now let's talk about the carvings. Göbekli Tepe isn't just about massive stones. These T-shaped pillars are covered in symbols, and the symbols are far too intricate to be random. Some researchers believe that these symbols align with celestial bodies, constellations that ancient peoples shouldn't have known about. This wasn't just a temple, it was an astronomical observatory. The builders of this site may have been tracking celestial movements that shouldn't have been known until centuries later. Were they predicting the stars, or were they receiving knowledge from somewhere, someone else? The strangest part? The site was buried before the advent of agriculture. The builders of Göbekli Tepe couldn't have been ordinary hunter-gatherers. They had to have had knowledge that went beyond the limits of their time. So why hasn't this been recognized? What else was lost with the burial of Göbekli Tepe? Could we be looking at a lost civilization, one that didn't fit into our current understanding of history? And what happens when we uncover what was hidden? Could Göbekli Tepe be the key to unlocking forgotten knowledge, buried by those who feared its power? Göbekli Tepe remains a mystery. Its purpose, its builders, and the knowledge it harbors remain locked beneath the earth. Every stone tells a story, but those stories aren't the ones we've been taught to believe. What if everything we know about our history is wrong? Could the truth be buried here in plain sight? 12. Derinkuyu Underground City, Turkey, a city for 20,000 people, underground, a subterranean city, undiscovered for millennia, housing 20,000 people, carved into the earth with no known tools to even fathom its construction. Derinkuyu is not just a city beneath the earth. It's a time capsule, a whisper from the forgotten past, a hidden legacy of a civilization erased from history itself. But the real question is, who built it? In 1963, an unsuspecting resident of Derinkuyu, Turkey, stumbled upon a narrow tunnel while renovating his home. That tunnel led him into a vast network of chambers, a city buried beneath the earth. What he uncovered wasn't just a few caves. It was a fully functional, multi-tiered underground city, its vast corridors still lined with stone doors that could be sealed in a matter of seconds. But here's the kicker. Derinkuyu was not an accidental shelter, nor was it a mere refuge from invasion. This city was designed to sustain life in isolation, a self-contained ecosystem built with knowledge long forgotten by modern humanity. If this city was built for defense, it was against something far darker and more profound than anything we're prepared to understand. What could have been so terrifying that an entire civilization would retreat into the earth, hiding from something we may still not understand? As we examine Derinkuyu's architectural genius, we find something more unsettling than mere ingenuity. The ventilation shafts, the airtight stone doors, and the staircase systems all suggest a people who were preparing not just to survive, but to withstand something long buried in history. Who were these people? Some scholars argue the Phrygians built it, but the tools found inside don't match Phrygian technology. The designs themselves seem to come from an era long before the Phrygians, suggesting this city could be older than we've been led to believe. What if Derinkuyu wasn't the work of the Phrygians, but a lost civilization, wiped off the map by something so catastrophic it left only traces in the earth? Something so cataclysmic that all records were intentionally erased? Could the builders of Kuyu have been survivors of an event so violent that it wiped them from history itself? Kuyu was built to shelter 20,000 people, but what were they sheltering from? Invasions? Natural disasters? What if the real purpose of Kuyu was to protect against something unseen, something preternatural? For generations, scholars have assumed that these underground cities were a refuge from war. But there is no record of any major conflict during the time it was used. What if Kuyu was meant to protect against something more disturbing, something otherworldly? There's an unsettling theory that this city could have been built not just to survive war, but to survive a massive cataclysmic event. Perhaps something like the Younger Dryas impact event, an extinction-level event from 12,800 years ago that some scientists believe wiped out much of the ancient world. Could the people of Kuyu have witnessed the fall of an ancient civilization, one that was obliterated by a global catastrophe? What if Kuyu's creators were witnesses to a global apocalypse, retreating underground to protect themselves from something far older than our recorded history? What's more disturbing than an ancient underground city? The knowledge that perhaps the creators of Kuyu knew something we don't. Some theories suggest that these people were hiding from a technological and social upheaval, a collapse so profound that it drove them underground. There's even evidence pointing to a global reset, a time when the Earth itself underwent massive shifts, rising seas, volcanic eruptions, and global temperature drops. What if Kuyu wasn't just a retreat, but a preparation, a repository of lost knowledge kept alive in secret for the coming age? Could Kuyu have been a survivalist community designed not only to endure an apocalyptic event, but to preserve the secrets of the ancients, knowledge that was too dangerous for others to know? What if the hidden chambers beneath Kuyu hold clues to a knowledge so powerful it could reshape history as we know it? Kuyu is not the only underground city of its kind. Nevşehir, Maklı, and many others dot the Turkish landscape, each with the same mysterious design, multi-level systems built to withstand cataclysmic events. Is it possible that these cities were part of a global network of underground shelters, built by a lost civilization that once spanned the globe? Could there have been others like Kuyu across the world, hidden beneath the earth, waiting for someone to uncover their secrets? What if these underground cities form part of a larger network, one that still holds the secrets to a lost civilization's survival, and the true nature of the ancient cataclysm that nearly wiped out humanity? Kuyu remains a profound enigma. Its design, purpose, and origins continue to defy conventional understanding. But what if this city, buried beneath the earth for millennia, holds the key to a lost chapter of human history? A chapter that could change everything we know about ancient civilizations and the cataclysmic event that nearly destroyed them all? 13. Mohenjo-daro, Pakistan, radiation traces and melted buildings. What if the collapse of Mohenjo-daro, one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, wasn't just a tragic end, but a deliberate obliteration, fueled by a weapon of mass destruction so advanced it challenges everything we know about the past, present, and future? Mohenjo-daro's fate wasn't sealed by natural disaster, famine, or war. It was struck down by an unknown force, and the city's ruins carry the radioactive echo of an unimaginable event. Mohenjo-daro, 2500 BCE, a metropolis like no other, stretching across the flat plains of what is now Pakistan. At its peak, it was home to 40,000 people with elaborate drainage systems, precise urban planning, and remarkable craftsmanship in every corner of its design. But when the city was uncovered by archaeologists in the early 20th century, something shocking came to light. A pristine grid city, burnt and destroyed as if hit by an intense blast. But how could a Bronze Age city have been annihilated with such force? The buildings showed clear evidence of intense heat strong enough to melt bricks and shatter stone. Yet the real mystery didn't lie in the destruction alone. It was the discovery of high levels of radiation that shouldn't have existed in the ancient world. It was radiation similar to what's found after a nuclear explosion. Could it have been possible that 4,500 years ago, a cataclysmic weapon, one that rivals anything we know today, was used to obliterate an entire city? Could Mohenjo-Daro's demise have been the result of a force far beyond our current understanding of history, one so powerful that it left behind a mark of nuclear destruction? Now let's tackle the most controversial part of the Mohenjo-Daro mystery. The radiation traces discovered at the site are difficult to dismiss. The signs of fusion, where building structures were literally reformed at the atomic level, and the extreme heat signatures resemble nuclear-like destruction. The theory of nuclear warfare in ancient times is highly controversial, yet it's undeniable that the results at Mohenjo-Daro defy logical explanations. When David Davenport and others tested the ruins, they found anomalies that couldn't be explained by typical natural causes. Could these traces be evidence of ancient nuclear technology, or was it an entirely different phenomenon? Was this a nuclear war fought between advanced, lost civilizations, or perhaps something even stranger, like direct alien intervention? But even stranger, what if the radiation wasn't accidental? What if Mohenjo-Daro was the target of a deliberate attack using weapons far more advanced than anything we could imagine for that time? Could we be witnessing the residue of a global catastrophe engineered by ancient forces or even an alien race? It's easy to dismiss the idea of ancient nuclear weapons as impossible. After all, we think of atomic bombs as a modern creation, the product of 20th century scientific warfare. But what if the Indus Valley civilization didn't disappear because they were inferior, but because they were wiped out by a force so advanced that we, today, still can't fully comprehend it? Some theorists propose that the Indus Valley civilization possessed technologies far beyond their contemporaries, from their precise measurements to their advanced knowledge of engineering, metallurgy, and mathematics. The evidence suggests they were masters of their craft. But what if there was a technology they wielded that was so powerful it not only destroyed Mohenjo-Daro, but also erased the knowledge of it from history? It's possible that the mystery of radiation isn't a mere accident of nature, but the result of a deliberate use of advanced energy sources, a powerful force that the Indus Valley people had harnessed and then misused, leading to their own destruction. Could the knowledge of this lost technology have been hidden deliberately? And if so, why? Here's where the mystery takes a dark turn. What if the destruction of Mohenjo-Daro wasn't just an act of war, but an act of punishment? Was a city struck down by a force of divine retribution, or even an alien race? Some fringe theorists suggest that the ancient gods, or extraterrestrial beings, may have been the true culprits behind this terrifying destruction. What if the radiation traces were not from nuclear weapons, but from an energy source used by a race far older than humanity? Could these beings have wiped out entire civilizations for reasons lost to time? Mohenjo-Daro, with its highly advanced city planning, sophisticated craftsmanship, and evidence of immense destruction, may have been a target for reasons no one can understand. Could these ancient gods or extraterrestrials still be watching us? The collapse of Mohenjo-Daro raises questions that still haunt humanity today. What knowledge or power did they possess? Could they have mastered technologies that we can't even begin to comprehend? And most importantly, what else is hidden beneath the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, waiting to be uncovered? If the destruction was deliberate, as the radiation traces suggest, then who were the architects of this catastrophe? Was it a weapon used by ancient civilizations or a force from beyond our comprehension? A technology lost and waiting to be found again? Mohenjo-Daro's mysteries aren't just about the city's destruction. They are about understanding our origins, our past, and the true nature of the forces that shape the course of history. 14. Atlantis, Greece, Plato's allegory. Historical metaphor or ancient truth? The history you've memorized is a graveyard, and the most important civilization ever to exist was buried before it could leave you a name. There are ruins that shouldn't exist, technologies where there should be none, and a memory so vast, so precise, that it forces modern historians to either rewrite human history or deny it ever existed. Plato didn't imagine Atlantis, he inherited it. The time period, 11,600 years ago. The sudden end of the last ice age. The key clue, not myth, but math. In Critias, Plato said Atlantis was destroyed 9,000 years before Solon. Solon lived around 600 BCE. That puts the destruction at 9,600 BCE to the year. Now here's the twist. 9,600 BCE is the exact time that geologists date the Younger Dryas impact event, a sudden global cataclysm involving meteor fragments, melting glaciers, and violent megafloods that reshaped the planet. And here's what no textbook ever told you. Archaeologists found melted nanodiamonds, platinum particles, and iridium-rich layers in sites across North America and the Middle East. Chemical fingerprints of cosmic impact. Atlantis wasn't destroyed by myth, it was destroyed by physics. But why did Plato know about an extinction-level event 11,000 years before geologists did? Here's the betrayal. We've been taught that history started with Mesopotamia around 3000 BCE, but Egyptian priests in Sais told Solon their civilization had records going back over 36,000 years. That's not a typo. That's not fringe. It's inscribed in stone in the Temple of Neith. Solon didn't question it. Neither did Plato, because Egypt wasn't the originator of civilization. It was its archivist, and it preserved the final story of a world wiped clean, Atlantis. Here's what they don't want you to ask. Where did Egypt get its knowledge before it even had pyramids? Why does Sphinx weathering show rainfall erosion from 10,000 BCE when the Sahara was still green? Why did Orion's belt align with the pyramids in 10,500 BCE, not when they were supposedly built? If Egypt was just the library, who built the books? Plato's Atlantis was described with eerie detail. 1. Concentric circles of land and water. 2nd, a navy that ruled beyond the Pillars of Heracles. 3rd, and a metal called orichalcum, second only to gold. In 2015, 39 ingots of orichalcum were pulled from a 6th century BC shipwreck near Sicily. A metal unheard of in Plato's time, confirmed by scientists to be a brass-copper-zinc alloy, exactly as he described. But Atlantis was more than aesthetics. It was power, measured in symmetry, geometry, in control of the sea. This was maritime empire, not myth. And now satellite scans are showing us. 1. Yonaguni, Japan. Submerged pyramid structures. 2nd, Dwarka, India. 9,000-year-old sunken walls. 3rd, Cuban shelf. Rectangular grids and ziggurat shapes a half-mile under the sea. Why are our coastlines littered with ruins we're not allowed to excavate? And why are they all from the same lost window in time? Let's talk modern silence. Ask any mainstream archaeologist and they'll scoff. Atlantis is a myth. But ask them why pre-pottery megaliths like Göbekli Tepe, built around 9600 BCE with astronomical precision, exist before agriculture, before cities, and before metallurgy, and they go quiet. Here's a darker truth. In 1945, the Egyptian Book of the Dead was translated more fully than ever before. It described gods from the stars, islands lost to fire, and temples beneath the waves. That version, shelved. In 2002, a geologist who proposed pre-Ice Age civilizations was blacklisted by 3 journals, despite satellite evidence. The academic world is not built to explore the anomalous. It is built to preserve the narrative. What if the Atlantis story has never been about if it existed, but why it was erased? Here's the final weapon: memory. Global flood myths, from the Sumerian Epic of Gilgamesh to the Ojibwe Nanabojo to the Maya, the Chinese Gunyu in Genesis, all describe: 1. A world advanced, 2nd, a corruption, 3rd, a cataclysm, 4th, a reset. Even the Hopi speak of 3 worlds lost before this one. This is not collective coincidence. It's cultural trauma encoded in ritual. Atlantis isn't a city. Atlantis is the memory of a time before the world was broken. And what scares institutions most? The idea that we aren't the first humans to build cities, but the last to remember them. What if the most dangerous idea in history is that history isn't ours? 15. Lemuria/Mu, Indian and Pacific Oceans. Submerged continent theory. Every story you were taught about the origin of civilization begins with a lie, because the true beginning is still underwater. We start not with a myth, but with a conspiracy of silence, a story deliberately buried by colonial archaeologists, rewritten by imperial historians, and finally smothered under 4,000 meters of salt water. This is not fantasy. This is memory, a genocide of knowledge that drowned with the continent now called Lemuria. In 1864, Philip Sclater didn't believe in lost worlds. He was a rational scientist. But when he discovered that lemur fossils appeared only in Madagascar and India, nowhere else, he proposed a lost continent between them. He called it Lemuria, and he was mocked. But in 2013, geologists using radioactive dating discovered ancient zircon crystals off Mauritius, 3 billion years old, embedded in volcanic rock that shouldn't exist on oceanic crust. Translation? Continental land once connected India, Madagascar, and Antarctica. Not a myth, a cover-up by academia still clinging to outdated tectonic models. But that's just rock. What if there were temples down there? The word Mu was found in Mayan iconography before it was debunked. When Le Plongeon studied Mayan codices, he found references to a land of fire and water, Mu, which sank in a single night. He translated it before the Spanish destroyed most of the Mayan libraries. His reward? Ridicule. But modern linguists now admit certain Mayan glyphs mirror Tamil symbols from South India. And if that's true, then the Maya and the ancient Tamil people weren't isolated. They were descendants of the same motherland. That implies global civilization before the Ice Age. How? In 2001, sonar scans in the Gulf of Kambat, India, revealed a massive rectangular city grid underwater, complete with walls, foundations, and fossilized wood. Carbon dating? 9,500 BCE. The Indian government restricted further dives. Why? Because if true, this would rewrite the very origin of urban civilization. But it didn't stop there. 1. Sundaland, 1.5 million square kilometers of now submerged land beneath Southeast Asia, home to Ice Age populations. 2. Zelandoya and Mauritius, forgotten continents proven to have once supported terrestrial life. Third, Kerguelen Plateau, 2.2 million square kilometers, now underwater near Antarctica. These aren't speculative, these are mapped. What caused the flood that buried it all? 13,000 years ago, Earth was struck by a series of comet fragments, likely the torrid stream, triggering mass floods, wildfires, and an instant freeze, the Younger Dryas. Sea levels rose over 120 meters. Coastal civilizations vanished. Cultures shattered. Every ancient myth, Mayan, Vedic, Sumerian, Aboriginal, Hopi, Polynesian, speaks of this moment, a drowned homeland, a civilization sunk, the survivors scattered. Modern science confirms it, but textbooks won't connect the dots. Because if they do, you'll realize this. We didn't evolve from primitives. We'd evolved from survivors. What else survived beneath the water? The denial isn't just academic, it's cultural. You were never meant to know where you came from. Why do all colonized civilizations share one suppressed memory of a vanished golden age? Because Lemuria was never lost. It was erased to keep the narrative of Western superiority intact. Primitive India, its Vedas describe aerial battles and anti-gravity ships. Mythic Polynesia, their ancestors walked between stars and oceans. Isolated Madagascar, its DNA shows ancient mixing with Southeast Asians over 2,000 years ago. By sea, the story of Lemuria is not about land. It's about a stolen past and the warning it left behind. 16. The Olmec Heads, Mexico. African features colossal stonework. They didn't want you to see the faces because they recognized them. In the tropical lowlands of ancient Mexico, long before Rome, Athens, or even the pyramids of Giza, someone carved stone heads the size of SUVs. But what terrified later archaeologists wasn't the size. It was the faces. They didn't look native. They looked familiar. And that familiarity was dangerous. The full lips, the wide noses, the tightly curled hair. These weren't sculptures. They were memories in stone. And someone has been trying to forget. The Olmec civilization appears out of nowhere in southern Mexico. No earlier stages, no primitive pottery, no gradual growth. They mastered 1. Pyramid building 2, celestial alignments 3, urban planning 4, basalt carving using no known metal tools. But their real masterpiece, 17 colossal heads, some weighing 40 to 60 tons, transported across mountainous terrain with no wheels. So what advanced civilization just showed up fully formed, then disappeared? Here's what no one told you. In 1976, cranial analyses on early Mesoamerican remains showed non-mongoloid traits, dolichocephalic skulls, resembling those found in West Africa and the Nile Valley. Why were these studies shelved? Enter Dr. Clyde Winters, a linguist who traced manuscript similarities in Olmec iconography. His claims were branded pseudoscience, but they were never formally refuted. Why? Because if any link to Africa existed, it would upend every school textbook written in the West. Don't believe Africans reached America before Columbus? Let's talk navigation. Wantunar West Africans had ships called Kano and Abuari, some over 70 feet long too. The Canary Current flows naturally from Senegal to the Caribbean 3, and in 1311, Emperor Abubakari II of Mali launched 2,000 ships westward, never to return. Oceanographer Thor Heyerdahl later proved it was possible by doing it. And here's the kill shot. Ancient Olmec sites contain microscopic traces of West African plant species, including yam pollen and okra seeds, never native to the Americas. Now we get to the ugly part. In Olmec sites, we don't find graves. We find decapitations, heads removed, bodies missing. And when the Aztecs and Maya built their cities, they buried Olmec monuments, erased their language, burned their records. But the faces? Too big to burn. Some scholars believe the heads were portraits of deified ancestors, or even alien rulers. But what if they were real kings, carved in stone, whose origin we can't explain and aren't supposed to? In 1908, the Smithsonian funded excavations of Olmec ruins. Reports from the time described Negroid features, but those documents vanished from public archives. In fact, a little-known congressional inquiry in 1904 led to a quiet but sweeping order. Any findings that suggested pre-Columbian transatlantic contact were to be dismissed, defunded, or destroyed. Why? Because it meant Columbus discovered nothing. Because it meant non-Europeans may have civilized the Americas first. 17. The Etruscans, Italy, pre-Roman mystery civilization. The Romans didn't build an empire. They inherited one, then buried the evidence. The story we've been told is a lie. Rome didn't civilize Italy. It hunted down a people so advanced, their temples predated the earliest Roman myth. It enslaved their priests, burned their libraries, and for the final insult, rebranded their culture as Roman greatness. But buried beneath Tuscany's hills is the truth. A civilization whose DNA doesn't match Italy, whose language has no known relatives, and whose temples contain star charts thousands of years out of date. This is the story of the Etruscans, not as Rome's ancestors, but as its victims. The earliest Roman kings, Tarquinius Priscus, Tarquinius Superbus, weren't just Etruscan by blood. They ruled Rome as Etruscans. Their palaces followed Etruscan geomancy, a lost system of aligning cities to constellations. Modern archaeologists have found subterranean Etruscan tunnels in Rome itself, dated before the supposed founding in 753 BCE. So why did Rome pretend it was founded by wolf-raised twins? Because the truth would mean Rome was never Roman. Etruscan has no Indo-European roots, but it shares symbols with Linear A language from Bronze Age Crete that no one can read. There are Etruscan inscriptions found in Lemnos, Greece, and even in Turkey, suggesting an exiled maritime elite that once controlled the sea trade. Rome painted them as decadent mystics, but what if they were the survivors of the Bronze Age collapse, preserving a knowledge older than Greece? In Cerveteri, one Etruscan tomb shows surgical instruments, gold dental bridges, and maps of constellations that don't match modern skies. And deep inside the tomb of the reliefs, an altar carved with non-Roman deities, including a horned god identical to those found in Anatolia in Mesopotamia. Real archaeologists quote from Massimo Palatino, "We are seeing remnants of a cultural memory far older than Italy. Something displaced. How did gods from the Middle East end up in a hill near Rome?" Augustus banned Etruscan rites in 27 BCE. The Sibylline books, sacred Etruscan prophecy scrolls, were destroyed in a fire no one investigated. Christian emperors later declared Etruscan knowledge heretical and burned temples in Tarquinia and Orvieto. But before they disappeared, Etruscan haruspices warned the Roman elite, "The eagle will fly for 10 centuries, but not a day more." That prophecy came true in 476 CE. What if the Etruscans knew Rome's exact lifespan? What else did they predict? In the Vatican Museum lies an Etruscan bronze liver, used for divination. Etched onto its surface are star names, planetary cycles, and rituals no Roman record mentions. It's kept in storage, rarely shown. Why? Because it describes a creation myth older than Genesis, involving sky portals, rebirth cycles, and a dark sun. The priest who translated it in 1896, he disappeared. What if the Etruscans weren't just religious? What if they guarded a cosmic secret Rome, and later the church wanted erased? 18. The Tartessians, Spain, biblical Tarshish, seafaring mystery. What if everything you know about ancient civilizations is wrong? What if there's a truth so buried it threatens to rewrite the history of the Western world? The lost kingdom that vanished without a trace. The Tartessians weren't just another forgotten civilization. They were erased from history. By who? The Romans, the Phoenicians, or maybe the Tartessians themselves? This ancient empire, at its height, was wealthier than any of the legendary civilizations we study today. Located in southern Spain, its riches were rumored to come from the vast silver mines of Iberia. But there's more. Tartessos was also the source of mysterious rituals and unexplained technologies, a civilization that influenced the Mediterranean far beyond what we understand, and then disappeared. The city we call Tartessos existed centuries before the rise of Greek city-states, and it was richer than most ancient empires. Yet it doesn't show up in history books as a well-known civilization. Why? They traded with the Phoenicians, the Egyptians, even Israelites, but none of these cultures spoke of them with reverence. Why? Were the Tartessians so dangerous they had to be erased from history, or were they simply inconvenient? Some say that Tarshish, mentioned in the Bible, wasn't just a metaphor. It was Tartessos. But no one talks about this theory because it challenges everything we think we know about the Bible and ancient civilizations. Tarshish was known for its extreme wealth, silver, gold, rare goods, and the Bible even says its ships were filled with exotic animals, including apes. Now let's pause there. Apes, a rare commodity in ancient times. Where did they come from? The only place closer than Africa, Tartessos. Did King Solomon, who received tributes from Tarshish, know about Tartessos? Was it more powerful than Israel ever let on? In 530 BCE, Tartessos vanished. Not a war, not a plague, not even a natural disaster. Just silence. Archaeologists point to strange, ritualistic burns found at the Cancho Ruano site. Was this a deliberate sacrifice or an attempt to wipe the kingdom off the map? What happened to the Tartessians? What if the real reason they vanished was far more sinister than we ever considered? In the 20th century, seismic imaging of the Guadalquivir River region revealed structures beneath the earth. Large cities, warehouses, and even ritualistic sites, all buried beneath the marshes. Could these be the remains of Tartessos, hidden in plain sight? The ancient Greek historian Strabo hinted at sinking cities, but he couldn't name them. Could this be a cover-up? Could the Romans have had a hand in it to erase competition? Here's the ultimate shock. Did the Tartessians have something to do with Atlantis? Did their empire sink into the ocean only to be later repackaged as Plato's Atlantis? Recent findings suggest the Tartessians' sophisticated knowledge of the sea, along with their shipbuilding techniques, may have inspired Plato's myths. But why were the Tartessians so advanced? Was their influence so dangerous to the growing Roman Empire that their very existence had to be erased? We've barely scratched the surface. Is Tartessos really gone, or is it waiting to be uncovered again? The truth about its fate is buried beneath the oceans, hidden by those who fear what it will reveal. How can they be erased from history? It's not just about forgotten records. Tartessos was systematically removed from early accounts to pave the way for rising empires. It was actively wiped from the collective consciousness. But how do we know they were really advanced? Evidence of complex trade networks, intricate gold work, and ritualistic knowledge far outpaced neighboring cultures of the time. Is there any proof of their existence? Yes. From shipwrecks in the Mediterranean to ancient texts, the legacy of Tartessos exists in fragments waiting to be connected. 19. Sodden Enigma of Skara Scotland, lost Neolithic village. In the midst of a storm, a village more advanced than the pyramids was exposed. But what was it hiding from the world and from us? In 1850, an unrelenting storm ripped through the Orkney Islands. The winds tore through the sand, but instead of devastation, something extraordinary emerged from the earth. An ancient Neolithic village, perfectly preserved, as if waiting for the right time to be found. For centuries, this village had been buried, protected by the sands of time. But why? It was not just a village of humble dwellings. It was a monument to something much larger. Advanced stone construction, expertly crafted furniture, and even plumbing systems were all uncovered. These were the hallmarks of a people who were far ahead of their time, so advanced, in fact, they shouldn't have existed in the Neolithic era. So why was this village abandoned so suddenly? And what were these people hiding? Skara was no primitive village. It was a thriving, sophisticated society. With a layout reminiscent of ancient cities of Egypt or Mesopotamia, this village reveals a people who understood concepts that were far beyond their time. The stonework, seating arrangements, and even plumbing systems. These were not the skills of a random group of people stumbling into civilization. They were methods preserved from another age, a time we no longer remember. How did the people of Skara possess the ability to build advanced infrastructure while the rest of the world still lived in nomadic tribes? But it wasn't just architecture. The village was brimming with artifacts that displayed a strange and alien symbolism, something we still can't quite place. These were not the patterns of the islanders' ancestors. They seemed like a message from another civilization altogether. Though the people of Skara were assumed to be simple farmers and fishermen, genetic analysis of nearby remains has turned that assumption upside down. Their bloodlines revealed foreign ancestry, linking them to groups that didn't seem to belong in the Orkney Islands. How could this be? Were these people survivors of some great migration, or were they part of a forgotten empire that spanned the globe? Some believe these people were the descendants of survivors from an older, lost civilization, hidden from the world for reasons we don't yet understand. Their arrival on Orkney could be linked to an even greater mystery, a civilization that spanned the entire globe and was ultimately erased from history. The village was abruptly abandoned around 2500 BCE, but there is no evidence of war or invasion, no grave markers, no mass graves, just empty homes and utter silence. But what if they didn't disappear due to environmental changes? What if they left for a reason far more complex and unsettling than anything we've considered? Was there a dark secret that they left behind in Skara, one that could rewrite our understanding of human history? Skara remains show no sign of decay. It was meant to last. But why? Why was it preserved in such pristine condition, waiting to be uncovered by us? Could it be that Skara influence was far greater than we've been told? Could it be that the world forgot its lessons, and the village was deliberately hidden to prevent us from learning too much? And could there be more to find, buried deeper within the sands? Skara Brae's story doesn't end with its discovery. The village remains, hidden beneath the sands, waiting for us to uncover what was left behind. Could there be something deeper beneath the surface? Something that could change everything we know about human history? How could a village like this exist before the rise of Egypt and Mesopotamia? Skara Brae's sophistication challenges our understanding of early human development. It suggests that there were advanced societies in the distant past, perhaps lost civilizations that didn't fit the conventional timeline we've been taught. Why was Skara Brae forgotten for so long? The sands of time may have hidden it for a reason. Perhaps its secrets were intentionally buried, and the storm that exposed it wasn't just a random event. It was a deliberate unveiling meant for us. What happened to the people of Skara Brae? We may never know, but what if they knew something we don't? Something they didn't want to share with the world? 20. The Sphinx Water Erosion Controversy, Egypt. Built 5,000 years earlier? What if the Great Sphinx of Giza wasn't created by the ancient Egyptians at all? What if this monumental stone figure, which has baffled historians for centuries, was built by a long-forgotten civilization that disappeared thousands of years before the pharaohs ever walked the earth? This isn't the Sphinx we've all been told about. The monument carved from stone, half man, half lion, is not just an enigma, it's a warning. And that warning was placed there for a reason. But what exactly were they trying to say? For centuries, Egyptologists have stubbornly adhered to the story of the Sphinx being built around 2500 BCE during the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. But what if they were wrong? The actual truth of the Sphinx origins might be even more mind-blowing than you can imagine. The Sphinx was built thousands of years before Khafre. That's what geologist Robert Schoch argued in the 1990s after studying the erosion patterns on the Sphinx's base. It's not just weathered by wind and sand, it's eroded by water. And here's the catch. Egypt is a desert now, but thousands of years ago, it wasn't. Ancient Egypt was lush, green, and drenched with heavy rainfall. But this was thousands of years before the pharaohs even existed. What if the Sphinx is the last reminder of an ancient civilization, a forgotten people who lived long before Egypt's empire ever rose? What if this civilization knew something about the land and the cataclysm that would destroy it, that the pharaohs never wanted to be revealed? The erosion patterns on the Sphinx's base suggest something catastrophic occurred. A flood, one that occurred far earlier than the Egyptians would have you believe. Schoch's theory was revolutionary. The Sphinx might be 10,000 years old. But here's the real kicker. What if Schoch is only scratching the surface? What if flooding wasn't the result of climate change? What if it was the aftermath of a global catastrophe? The same event that sank entire continents like Atlantis or Lemuria. Could the Sphinx have been built not by the pharaohs, but by survivors of that catastrophe? Survivors with the knowledge to preserve their legacy through stone? Could the Sphinx be a time capsule, not just of an era we've never known, but of a warning about the very forces that destroyed their world? Khafre didn't build the Sphinx. He merely claimed it as his own. It's a political move. In ancient Egypt, power wasn't just about land. It was about the divine connection between the ruler and the gods. Pharaohs claimed gods as their ancestors, rewriting history to cement their divine right to rule. But the Sphinx? It was an ancient artifact, perhaps even older than Egypt itself. And once the pharaohs realized its importance, they wanted it for themselves. What could the pharaohs have known about the true origin of the Sphinx? Were they protecting knowledge or trying to suppress it? As Egypt grew more powerful, the need to secure their position grew, hence the deliberate erasure of earlier civilizations. But the Sphinx was too monumental to erase completely. It stood as a silent reminder of what came before them, taunting the pharaohs with its secret. Could the Sphinx conceal an ancient tomb, a treasure, or something far more sinister beneath its stone body? Recent investigations have revealed strange anomalies beneath the Sphinx, possible tunnels or chambers that have remained hidden for thousands of years. Could the Sphinx contain secrets about a civilization's rise and fall? Or maybe even messages about the cataclysmic event that reshaped the world? What's inside the Sphinx? A tomb? A library of lost knowledge? Or something far darker? The Sphinx was not just a monument, it was a warning. Why would an ancient civilization leave behind a stone figure, a monument to time itself, to survive millennia? What were they trying to say about the future, and why was it hidden from history? As scholars continue to explore beneath the sands, it becomes clear there is more to the Sphinx than we can comprehend. And the deeper we dig, the more we discover about the lost civilization that built it and what they left behind for us to find. What if everything we know about the Sphinx in Egypt has been a lie? How could the Sphinx be older than the pharaohs? The geological evidence for water erosion supports the theory that the Sphinx is much older than the 4,500 years we were told. This isn't just a minor discrepancy, it's a game changer that forces us to rethink the entire timeline of ancient history. As scholars continue to explore beneath the sands, it becomes clear there is more to the Sphinx than we can comprehend. And the deeper we dig, the more we discover about the lost civilization that built it and what they left behind for us to find. What if everything we know about the Sphinx and Egypt has been a lie? How could the Sphinx be older than the pharaohs? The geological evidence for water erosion supports the theory that the Sphinx is much older than the 4,500 years we were told. This isn't just a minor discrepancy, it's a game changer that forces us to rethink the entire timeline of ancient history. Why would Egyptologists lie about the Sphinx? The pharaohs had a vested interest in claiming divine heritage, erasing the existence of earlier, more powerful civilizations helped them legitimize their rule. But as modern science uncovers the truth, we can no longer ignore the ancient history that the pharaohs worked so hard to bury. Is the water erosion theory enough to rewrite history? While it's an important piece of the puzzle, there are still many unanswered questions. This theory is just the beginning. Further research and discoveries beneath the Sphinx could uncover the full story of who built it and why. Why do these traces all point to a lost global memory? Artifacts and writings that challenge accepted scientific and historical consensus. 21. The Piri Reis map, Turkey, Antarctica without ice, centuries before discovery. This map shouldn't exist, and neither should the civilization that made it. In 1513, a Turkish admiral named Piri Reis presented a map to the Ottoman Sultan that shocked the world. A map that depicted Antarctica, a landmass that was supposed to be unknown until the early 19th century. But here's the kicker. The map showed Antarctica without its ice, a detail that modern science only confirmed in the last 50 years. Now you might be thinking, what's the big deal? It was just a lucky guess, right? But what if the truth is far darker, more complex, and more intentionally hidden than we've been led to believe? Piri Reis wasn't just some lone explorer scribbling out maps based on half-baked conjecture. He had access to older maps, maps drawn by civilizations long thought lost, maps that charted the entire world, even the frozen continent of Antarctica, thousands of years before it was officially discovered. But how? No known civilization before Piri Reis had the technology or knowledge to explore the icy, inhospitable Antarctica. This map, preserved in a rare manuscript, presents us with two stark possibilities. Either Piri Reis was in possession of ancient knowledge passed down from a forgotten civilization, or he uncovered a map that predates his own era by thousands of years. Either way, the implications are mind-bending. Here's the shocking truth no one is telling you. Piri Reis didn't invent the map. He inherited it. The map's incredible accuracy isn't just a fluke. It's a record of civilizations that existed far earlier than historians have dared to acknowledge. Lost cultures, possibly even from the antediluvian, pre-flood era, knew Antarctica as a land of open coastlines, navigable seas, and lush landscapes, long before it was swallowed by an unthinkable ice age. Think about this. What if the ancient Egyptians, whose maritime history has always been debated, actually had access to maps of the world's southernmost continents before the Ice Age took hold? They weren't just building pyramids. They were mapping the entire Earth, preserving knowledge that would only be rediscovered millennia later. We have been conditioned to believe that the world's great discoveries, America, Antarctica, the New World, were the work of explorers in the age of exploration, men like Columbus, Magellan, and Cabot. But the Piri Reis map is a slap in the face to that narrative. Antarctica, an isolated, frozen wilderness, was charted before any modern explorer could reach it. Now think back to other ancient seafaring civilizations, Phoenicians, Egyptians, and even the mysterious Tartessians of Spain. They were capable of oceanic navigation much earlier than we've ever been willing to admit. What if the map Piri Reis used was simply a representation of their voyages, inherited by an Ottoman admiral centuries later? What was lost when the map fell into the hands of the Ottomans? Were they trying to hide something bigger than we can even comprehend? Let's delve deeper. We now know that Antarctica's coastline matches exactly what's shown on Piri Reis's map, under the ice. That means centuries before Antarctica was locked under miles of ice, someone ancient, had already mapped it out. Here's the paradox. How could they have known what lay beneath the ice? The idea that the ice sheet didn't exist in the early Pleistocene era, when maps like this were likely drawn, opens up a Pandora's box. What if the ice didn't arrive until much later? So we have a map that shows Antarctica in a radically different state, a map that contradicts everything we know about the Earth's climatic timeline. How did they know? The more you uncover about the Piri Reis map, the more disturbing the implications become. What if advanced ancient cultures were not only aware of Antarctica before it was encased in ice, but they also possessed a library of global knowledge, a network of explorers, navigators, and cartographers whose work was systematically erased from history? What else did these cultures know? What other continents have been hidden from us? The Piri Reis map was no accident. It was a deliberate act of preservation, carefully kept for centuries before falling into the hands of an Ottoman cartographer. And in that map, hidden among the islands and coastlines, is the secret to unlocking our understanding of ancient human history, a history that challenges everything we've been taught. What did the Ottomans know, and what was the price of keeping that knowledge secret? 22, the Voynich manuscript, Europe, a book written in an uncrackable language. This book holds a secret that has eluded mankind for centuries, and it's still hidden in plain sight, waiting to be uncovered. But what if decoding it isn't just about unlocking a text? What if it's unlocking a danger we're not ready for? The Voynich manuscript, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of cryptographers, linguists, and historians alike. an artifact so baffling, so far beyond human comprehension, that every single attempt to decode its language has failed. No one, from elite codebreakers to AI experts, has managed to even make a dent in it. But there's more to this than a simple mystery. This manuscript could be an intended warning, one that's been deliberately preserved for centuries. In 1912, when Wilfrid Voynich, a former pharmacist turned bookseller, stumbles upon the manuscript in a forgotten Jesuit library in Italy, it should have been nothing more than an oddity. After all, a book full of strange plants, alien figures, and nonsensical language would hardly raise any eyebrows in the world of ancient texts. But there's something extraordinary about this manuscript. The material, the parchment, the ink, the binding, and even the marginal notes defies any historical framework for its time. There's a theory that says the manuscript is a hoax, a clever medieval prank. But how does that explain the advanced botanical illustrations, most of which depict plants that didn't exist in Europe? In fact, some plants are nearly identical to those found in the Americas, yet the manuscript predates Christopher Columbus's discovery of the New World. What if this book wasn't a joke? What if it's a coded document, not from the 15th century, but from an ancient civilization, one that had access to knowledge far beyond what we understand today? Linguists have tried everything: pattern analysis, frequency analysis, machine learning, and still the Voynich manuscript remains unsolved. The text, written in an unknown script, consists of characters that don't match any known language. But that's just the start. Its syntax, its structure, is also alien to any historical language. But here's the real shocker. What if the manuscript wasn't meant to be cracked at all? What if it's not a puzzle for us, but a shield, a trap to prevent the wrong people from accessing its knowledge? Think about this. Carbon dating places the manuscript's creation between 1404 and 1438. But the plants depicted in the manuscript show similarities to tropical American species, which weren't discovered by Europeans until over 200 years later. How could this be? Was there a pre-Columbian connection between Europe and the Americas, something we've overlooked? Or was this manuscript created by someone who had access to a lost source of knowledge? What if the Voynich manuscript is a map of forgotten worlds, ancient knowledge, and alchemical secrets, and we were never supposed to understand it? Every page is a riddle in itself. The illustrations are just as cryptic as the text. Plants that look like they belong in a tropical rainforest. Naked figures immersed in strange, ritualistic baths, and star maps that don't align with known constellations from the 15th century. Alchemical symbols appear throughout, but none of them match any known alchemy texts. Is this just artistic license, or could these images be telling us something too dangerous to decipher? Could these illustrations have been purposefully designed to remain obscure so that only certain eyes, the right people, could ever understand them? One unsettling theory suggests that the Voynich manuscript might not be a book at all, but a map, not to a location, but to hidden knowledge, a knowledge so profound, so powerful, that it could alter the course of history if it's ever unlocked. For over 100 years, experts have been trying to decipher the manuscript. Many point to secret societies like the Rosicrucians or even the Illuminati, but that's a red herring. This manuscript predates these groups and any of their supposed influence. What if the manuscript wasn't made by secret societies or medieval pranksters, but by a lost civilization, one so advanced that their knowledge was deliberately hidden, possibly because it was too dangerous to be revealed? Imagine a society that had already mapped the world in ways we cannot comprehend, whose spiritual practices and scientific understanding were centuries ahead of what we thought possible. And they wanted us to know, but only when we were ready. Could this manuscript be a deliberate warning? A code meant to be unlocked only when the world was at a precipice? There's something eerie about this. Why has the Voynich manuscript resisted every attempt to decode it, even with artificial intelligence and advanced cryptographic techniques? Some believe it's just an elaborate hoax, but I would argue something much darker. The manuscript's design seems engineered to defy understanding. It wasn't meant for us to understand today. It was meant to lie dormant, waiting until the right time. What if this book's true purpose was always to remain unread by the masses, accessible only to those with the keys to its riddles? What could it possibly contain? What ancient secrets? What forbidden knowledge? What warnings? If only we could crack the code. But here's a question we must all face. If we finally decode it, what then? Could it just be a hoax? It's impossible for this to be a hoax. Its complexity, its strange accuracy, the advanced botanical knowledge, this is no prank. This manuscript could hold the keys to forgotten worlds. Why does it matter so much? Because this book holds lost knowledge, knowledge that may have been preserved not just for us to discover, but to protect us from something. What if cracking the code reveals more than we bargained for? Won't I crack it eventually? AI can't crack it because the manuscript was designed not to be cracked by anything we have today. Its creators knew that future minds would try and fail. The Voynich manuscript isn't just a book, it's a trap meant to be left undisturbed until the world was ready to comprehend its contents. 23. The Shroud of Turin, Italy. Hoax or genuine relic? What if the Shroud of Turin isn't just the greatest relic of Christianity, but a carefully orchestrated lie that could unravel the very foundation of faith, history, and science itself? It is the most controversial piece of fabric in the world, believed by millions to be the actual burial shroud of Jesus Christ. But is it a sacred artifact or the most elaborate hoax in history? This threadbare linen, emblazoned with the unmistakable image of a crucified man, is said to prove the resurrection of Jesus Christ. However, no one can say how it was made or where it came from. If the shroud is authentic, then it's a relic that defies time and logic. If it's a forgery, then it's the biggest deception in human history. The Shroud of Turin first appeared in 1355 in a small town in France, but where it came from is a mystery. In France, it was worshipped as the true burial cloth of Jesus. Yet before that moment, it had vanished from historical record. Was it hidden by early Christians or discovered by medieval nobles who wanted to exploit its religious power? And if it's from the time of Jesus, how did it survive 2 millennia without decay? The absence of any trace before 1355 raises a question that few dare to ask. How could a relic of such importance be lost for over 1,000 years? Could the shroud be a medieval creation designed to manipulate faith and power? In 1988, the shroud was carbon dated by a group of scientists who confirmed it was made between 1260 and 1390, centuries after Jesus' death. To skeptics, this was the final proof that it was a forgery, created by a medieval artist. But here's the disturbing part. The test was flawed. The sample they used for dating came from a corner of the cloth that was repaired in the Middle Ages, possibly contaminating the sample. Why has this crucial detail been overlooked? Could the shroud's true age be far older than we're led to believe? And here's the real twist. No one has ever retested the shroud's fabric using more advanced technology, a glaring omission considering that the carbon dating scandal is widely known. But let's move beyond carbon dating. The image itself on the cloth is the true enigma. How could an image of a man's body, complete with bruises, blood, and nail wounds, be imprinted onto the fabric with such precision? Scientists have been unable to replicate the detail or the method of imprinting the image. It's not paint, it's not dye. It's almost like the image was burned into the cloth using an energy source that we don't fully understand. Some even suggest the image is the result of some form of energy released during a supernatural event, perhaps at the moment of Christ's resurrection. Here's the real question. What if this image is the result of advanced technology, knowledge that existed long before its time? Could this imply that the shroud was not just created by medieval craftsmen, but that the science behind it existed in the ancient world, lost to history? The forensic evidence is perhaps the most alarming aspect of the shroud. Forensic scientists have studied the bloodstains on the cloth, and their conclusions are both fascinating and horrifying. The blood is AB type, rare but common in Middle Eastern populations. The wounds, nail marks in the hands and feet, the spear wound in the side, match the biblical accounts of Christ's crucifixion exactly. This isn't just artistic interpretation. This is anatomical accuracy. Could this blood really be from Jesus Christ, preserved on a cloth for over 2,000 years? Or is this the work of a forger with an astonishing understanding of human anatomy? What is more disturbing is the possibility that the wounds were created with extreme precision, suggesting an unprecedented level of knowledge in the Middle Ages, or even older times, a knowledge lost to history. But the most unsettling question remains. What if the shroud is neither a hoax nor a relic, but a deliberate test of faith? Imagine this, a strange, incomprehensible object that could be evidence of divine power, but only for those who seek it out. It's possible the shroud was designed to challenge humanity, to ask the fundamental question, are you ready for the truth? The truth of the resurrection, or the truth of something even more startling? If the shroud was created for the purpose of faith manipulation, it's one of the most astounding deceptions in history. But if it's genuine, then it may represent the only physical evidence of Christ's resurrection, leaving us to question everything we know about religion, history, and the nature of reality. Why does it matter whether it's real or not? If the shroud is genuine, it would be the only surviving evidence of Jesus Christ's crucifixion, resurrection, and divinity, fundamentally altering Christianity and world history. How could it survive for 2,000 years? The shroud's survival is a mystery, but it may have been deliberately protected, its true origins intentionally obscured until we were ready to understand its significance. Could the carbon dating really be wrong? The scientific evidence suggests it's possible. The sample taken was compromised, and more sophisticated testing has yet to be done. New technology could rewrite the entire story. The Shroud of Turin is more than just a relic. It's a world-altering enigma, standing at the crossroads of faith, history, and science. It may hold the key to unlocking the greatest mystery of all. But the question remains, are we ready for the truth? 24. The London Wall, UK. Did a forgotten pre-Roman power exist? In the shadow of glass towers and crown courts lies a wall that London was built around, not upon, because something else was already here, something powerful, something erased. The year is 54 BC. Julius Caesar invades Britain. What he finds isn't a land of wild tribes. It's organized resistance, coordinated attacks, and strange walled settlements that appear centuries too advanced for the so-called barbarians. But Caesar doesn't write about that in detail. He calls the natives savage, because to admit more would upend the very myth of Rome. Fast forward, the London Wall, officially built around AD 200, is attributed to the Romans. But beneath its deepest foundations, archaeologists uncovered non-Roman ditches, Celtic-style stonework, and, most damning, an urban drainage grid predating Londinium by at least 150 years. And then, the excavation suddenly stopped. Why? In 2019, a controversial genetic study of pre-Roman burials near the Thames found markers not associated with Celtic tribes, nor with any known British population group. One strain resembled Iberian genetics, another, ancient Anatolian lineage. This suggests London had contact with Mediterranean or Levantine people long before Rome's arrival. Some even whisper about Phoenician traders or a forgotten sea people remnant who escaped collapse and established enclaves in Britain. But those reports? Buried, redacted, defunded. The British Museum has internal memos, never publicized, debating whether releasing this info might distort national heritage narratives. If true, this wasn't a Celtic hill fort. This was a forgotten capital, and its descendants were erased not just physically, but genetically. Ground-penetrating radar beneath modern London has revealed burn layers and charcoal strata between 70 to 50 BC, long before the Roman contact. There was a fire, a massive one. Evidence of scorched masonry, collapsed wooden roofs, and looted temples buried under later Roman infrastructure. And here's the kicker. No known tribe is blamed. No written record from Caesar. No oral memory survives. Something was wiped out. But not by war, by erasure. Systematic, final. The official London Wall is Roman, but the lowest stones? They don't match Roman patterns. They resemble Cyclopean masonry, used by Mycenaeans and Hittites, not Romans. Even weirder, recent LiDAR scans found a circular subterranean structure 20 meters below current street level, aligned with equinox shadows, buried directly under the eastern stretch of the wall. A temple? A fortress? A tomb? We'll never know because it's directly beneath government offices. Excavation prohibited. What's under London may not just be a lost city, it may be a buried truth. Britain's empire was built to forget. Isn't this just conspiracy theory? Peer-reviewed archaeological reports confirm pre-Roman infrastructure. It's not speculation. It's silence that's suspicious. But why would Rome erase this history? Because empires rewrite memory. They build myths, not just roads. Isn't this just overreading anomalies? When anomalies cluster, you're no longer overreading. You're under-investigating. Before London was conquered, it was silenced. And the stone they left behind isn't a wall, it's a gravestone. 25, Coso artifact, USA. Spark plug found in 500,000-year-old rock. 500,000 years ago, the Earth wasn't supposed to know machines. And yet, something metallic blinked from inside a fossil shell. When 3 amateur explorers cracked open a geologic nodule in California's Coso Mountains in 1961, they didn't just break stone. They may have fractured history itself. Mike Sell, Maxey, and Lane thought they were rock hunting. Instead, they unearthed what would become one of the most disturbing paleo artifacts in North America. A porcelain-insulated metallic object encased in a Permian-era mineral shell. It wasn't placed there recently. It was fused into it, mineral by mineral, over what geologists estimate to be at least 400,000 to 500,000 years. But that's not the shocking part. What's more unnerving is what came next. Inyo County sits atop one of the oldest exposed fossil seabeds in the western U.S., part of the Panamint microplate, once submerged in a shallow ocean dating back 500,000 years. The shell casing around the artifact contained 1. Crinoid fossils extinct since the Pliocene. 2. Microbubbles of limestone slurry formed under immense pressure. Not possible in recent time. 3. Trace magnetite grains, the same minerals formed during long-duration electromagnetic exposure. And yet the object inside? A ceramic insulator, a hex nut, and a metallic shaft with tool-free seams. No welds, no hammer marks, no fingerprints of known manufacture. Why would an object that doesn't fit into any known ancient culture or industrial age be buried in tectonically compressed fossil strata? Debunkers call it a 1920s champion spark plug. But spark plugs weren't made from quartz porcelain blend ceramic cores in the 1920s. More importantly, Champion's own historical registry from 1919 to 1934 doesn't match the dimensions or design of the so-called match. Even worse, Champion never produced a part with ferromagnetic ends capable of retaining directional magnetism after prolonged entombment. In 1963, the object was loaned to a private collector, Reverend Charles Ford, for analysis. After that, it was never seen again. No museum wanted it, no lab kept samples, and in an age obsessed with moon landings, no one wanted to ask why. There are only 3 options. All 3 are deeply uncomfortable. 1. Pre-human engineers, not Homo sapiens, not Neanderthals. A third intelligence, non-human, pre-glacial, lost to tectonic uplift or extinction. Second-time reversal or leakage. A synthetic object dropped backward through a rift in time. Could a high-voltage object with directional polarity be part of a failed chronotech experiment? 3. An intentional signal, a beacon, not a tool. The magnetite flecks may not be debris, but coded orientation fields, ancient compasses, Earth node calibrators. And then, the worst question of all, what if it was left to be found once we developed electricity? Couldn't it be a hoax? Then why hasn't anyone recreated it with modern tools in an ancient shell using known materials under peer-reviewed conditions? It's just misdated. Not if the surrounding fossil record predates Homo sapiens by 300,000 years. You can't explain away the sediment matrix. Someone wanted attention. Then why did they vanish? No media circuit, no monetization, no books, just silence. What if this artifact isn't proof of the past, but the key to decoding a message from a species that watched us rise and is still waiting for us to understand it? 26 Roman dodecahedrons. Their function is still unknown. We found over 120 of them, spanning 5 countries, buried with Roman soldiers, and no one alive knows what they do. Let's start with a contradiction. Rome kept records of everything: military salaries, grain shipments, the correct way to polish a soldier's shield. Yet not one Roman document describes the strange bronze dodecahedrons turning up across Europe. Not even a footnote. No label, no sketch, not a whisper. So why have over 120 been discovered, buried, hoarded, hidden, in places Rome once fought hardest to hold? They have 12 pentagonal faces, small knobs on each corner, holes precisely bored, but never the same size. Some contain wax. Others were ritually buried with coins, burned bones, or nothing at all. And here's what museums never advertise. Most are unearthed in military zones or spiritual crossroads, places where Roman control bled into barbarian resistance. This was no child's toy. This was a message, or worse, an interface. And it wasn't meant for us. Now let's get weirder. The shape itself, a dodecahedron, was feared in the ancient world. Pythagoreans called it the form of the universe. Plato claimed it embodied ether, the 5th element, the unseen divine. In secret societies, it was forbidden to draw because geometry wasn't math, it was power. Now imagine this. A Roman general crossing into Gaul, a clash of cultures, one ruled by engineering, the other by sky priests and lunar calendars. Suddenly, this sacred shape starts appearing in elite Roman graves near Hadrian's Wall, Trier, Reims, sometimes alone, sometimes paired with sacrificed animals or strange copper tools. What the hell were they doing? Some modern engineers ran laser tests. They discovered these dodecahedrons align sunlight at specific times of year, possibly to map solstices or eclipses at northern latitudes. But why would Rome, a solar empire, need a device that works only in the lunar lands of its enemies? Unless it wasn't Roman, unless it was inherited, and that inheritance came with blood. Here's where the story gets dangerous. In 2021, researchers digitally mapped the locations of all known dodecahedrons. The pattern formed a jagged arc, tracing ancient fault lines between Roman military zones and pre-Roman spiritual centers. Every single artifact fell within those battle-scarred liminal zones. Let that sink in. Nowhere in Rome, nowhere in Greece, only where empire met something older. Could they have been survey tools, religious markers, early optical rangefinders? Possibly. But here's the sinister pattern no one can debunk. The objects vanish completely after the fall of Rome. No medieval reuse, no repurposing, no reinterpretation. That never happens in archaeology, not unless something is feared or forbidden. Let's confront the most disturbing fact. We may not be the first civilization to rediscover them. During World War II, Nazi occult divisions were obsessed with esoteric Roman and Celtic symbols. A 1941 SS excavation in Belgium documented the retrieval of a bronze device of 12 faces near Tongeren. The artifact vanished. No museum has ever claimed it. The same site was bombed 6 days later. No explanation given. A whistleblower's report, declassified in 1999, claimed the item was a relic not of Rome, but of a society that manipulated Roman infrastructure for their own arcane calculations. The file was reclassified in 2003. Why would modern governments still hide an artifact if it's just a candlestick? They were for knitting gloves. No wear, no needles, no records, and no two alike. That's not fashion. That's function. Just a decorative object. Then why were some buried ritually? Why not one in a Roman home? We just haven't found the records yet. We have records for Roman fish sauce, but not for a precision-made geometric device. The most advanced empire in antiquity left behind a perfect geometric riddle. They didn't name it. They didn't claim it. They just buried it. Like a secret they were scared to use. 27. The Temple of Hathor light bulbs. Egypt. Ancient lighting tech? They erased the scrolls, but not the walls. In a pitch-black crypt, carved into the sacred bones of Egypt, lies a device that shouldn't exist. A glass tube, a filamented core, a power box, 2,000 years before electricity was discovered. Someone turned on the lights, and then vanished. Ptolemaic Egypt, circa 250 BCE, ruled by descendants of Alexander the Great. Science and religion were one, and knowledge was guarded like a god. Inside the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, hidden deep beneath ritual platforms, is a sealed chamber. No soot, no flame damage. Just one thing, a wall relief showing what appears to be a vacuum-sealed light bulb, complete with filament, conductive lines, a power source box, held aloft by priests, connected to serpents, charged with symbolism, and something else. Function. Doubt number one, it's just metaphor. Then why was it deliberately hidden from the public for 2,000 years, sealed off until 1969? Why were hieroglyphs describing its purpose chiseled off, but the image itself left intact? Because metaphors don't get buried. Dangerous tools do. But what were they trying to hide? The Ankh, or House of Life, was the repository of Egypt's highest scientific and magical knowledge. 1. Located in Dendera. 2. Access limited to high priests of light. 3. Contents: healing formulas, astronomy, blueprints for divine devices. After the Roman conquest, the House of Life was systematically emptied and burned. Over 40,000 scrolls gone. One Greek scribe wrote, "They feared what the priests had, so they erased it." What if one scroll survived? A priest dies in silence, but the temple walls don't burn. Now look again at the light bulb. It's not artistic. It's a schematic left behind by the hunted. But could it actually work? In 2001, electrical engineers in Austria reconstructed the Dendera relief using vacuum glass, copper wire, and mild current. It lit up, software cold, silent, just like the temple it was modeled after. Doubt number 2, coincidence. Then explain this. The dimensions of the bulb matched those in the relief within 2% error margin. The filament curves in the exact arc needed to prevent shorting. The snake inside the bulb? A symbol of raw energy. In ancient Egyptian theology, serpent equals power. And yet, no modern records of this device ever surfaced before the 1800s. So where did it come from? What if it was built on something older? The Baghdad battery, a 6-inch clay jar with copper and iron components, dates to roughly the same era, 250 BCE. Discovered in modern Iraq, once Babylon. Babylon was conquered by Alexander. Alexandria was founded by Alexander. Dendera was renovated under Ptolemy, Alexander's heir. This isn't coincidence. It's a pipeline of hidden knowledge flowing east to west. Power, electrical, ritual, political, passing between kings and priests in secret. Ancient Babylon used electroplating techniques. Gold leaf fused to bronze, using low-voltage current, exactly what the battery provided, exactly what the Dendera bulb needed. And in one bizarre overlap, hero of Alexandria, a Greek engineer born shortly after the fall of the Ptolemies, accidentally built a steam-powered engine, without knowing how. What if he was building from stolen fragments? What if someone's been hiding the full design all along? What happens when conquerors destroy a civilization but don't understand its tech? They burn the libraries, kill the priesthoods, but sometimes they take the blueprints. There are unconfirmed reports of early Islamic scholars discovering metal that holds fire but does not burn, described in 9th century Baghdad. There are Renaissance alchemists describing glass eggs that glow without heat, all before Edison, all dismissed as madness. What if they were just the last echoes of Dendera? We were taught fire was our first light, but what if we started with electricity and fell into darkness? 28. The Crystal Skulls, Mesoamerica, precision made beyond known tools. In 1924, a teenage girl entered a collapsed Mayan ruin and walked out holding what should have been a billion-dollar fraud, except no one can prove it was ever made, not by us, not by anyone. It was a human skull, but carved flawlessly from a single block of quartz without any tool marks, and so optically precise, it could beam light through the eyes like a laser. But here's what no one tells you. That skull was never photographed at the site, never documented, never seen again, until it appeared years later in a London auction. And still, scientists couldn't explain how it was made, or by who. Let's begin with a question. If something is fake, Why is it impossible to replicate? The Mitchell-Hedges crystal skull was supposedly found in Lubantun, Belize, but no excavation records exist, and no archaeologist witnessed its unearthing. The girl who found it? Anna Mitchell-Hedges. Her father was a known fraudster, adventurer, and wannabe Indiana Jones before Indy was cool. In 1943, the skull magically reappeared in a British antiques auction. Same name, same design. Here's the shocker. The skull was bought back by her father, as if he were buying back a piece of a lie or a piece of a secret. Here's what mainstream documentaries ignore. The Nazi SS under Heinrich Himmler launched the Ahnenerbe Institute, dedicated to proving a prehistoric master race. They scoured the world for Atlantean artifacts, including quartz skulls. A 1938 document recovered from the Berghof bunker listed an item: Totenkristall, Kopf aus Licht, death crystal, head of light. We don't know if they found it. We only know they believed it existed. Why was a totalitarian regime obsessed with a myth that archaeology ignores? Because they didn't think it was a myth. Let's cut deeper. Quartz isn't just pretty. It's used in precision timekeeping, frequency modulation, data transmission. The CIA during MK Ultra used crystal-based tech to amplify hypnosis experiments. 1953, a declassified memo described an experiment with clear crystalline resonators placed near subjects. Result: heightened suggestibility. Project terminated. So ask, if ancient skulls are made of high-quality piezoelectric quartz, were they ceremonial or functional? Tools for channeling sound, or even memory stabilization? There's not just one skull, there are 13. But here's the twist most don't know. None of them match exactly. Some are smaller, some aren't even from Mesoamerica. One surfaced in Mongolia, another was taken from Nazi archives after World War II. So why do they all resemble the same perfect design? Answer: because the original skull is not from Earth's recent past. In Guatemala, among the Itza Maya, there's a story. 13 heads of light were brought to our world when it was still dark. The skulls were not gods, they were containers of remembrance for a world that died in fire. You're thinking, this is pseudoscience. There's no peer-reviewed proof. Exactly. Because no archaeologist wants to lose credibility by touching this. The second you say crystal skull in an academic conference, you're done. But here's what they can't ignore. 1. Skulls matching the Lubantun artifact existed in British private collections before 1924. 2. Quartz found in one skull matches only the Alps, not Mesoamerica. 3. In 2010, a new CT scan revealed a hollow chamber in the upper cranium of the Mitchell-Hedges skull, with tiny grooves, likely for interior optics. Why would someone fake something they couldn't explain? Why bury something that would never be found? Unless the skull wasn't made for us. It was left behind, and we were never supposed to understand it. We bury our dead. But what if someone buried their memory, not in bones, but in light? 29. Tesla's claim of lost Atlantean tech. Myth, madness, or message? Before the bomb, before the satellite, before we ever split the atom, Nikola Tesla claimed he could vaporize a city using ancient technology he didn't invent, but reconstructed. Most people know Tesla for the alternating current, but almost no one knows about Notebook 451, a personal manuscript Tesla locked in a fireproof safe, labeled non-terrestrial transmissions, Atlantean resonance, ether weapon. This isn't myth. This isn't conspiracy. This is unclassified by the FBI in 2016, And what it describes doesn't belong to the 20th century. It barely belongs to our species. Tesla retreats to the Colorado wilderness. He erects the largest Tesla coil ever built, 57 feet tall. He calls it magnifying transmitter number 9. One night during a thunderstorm, it hums, not from power, but from resonance. Tesla claims the earth itself rang like a bell. Something beneath it responded, not as echo, but as dialogue. He records mathematical frequencies, 7.83 hertz, 14.3 hertz, and others. But there's a problem. These numbers don't make sense until 1952, when Schumann, decades later, discovers Earth's natural electromagnetic heartbeat. Tesla knew it 53 years earlier. But how? In a rare letter to his confidant, Swami Vivekananda, Tesla writes, "My ideas come not from invention, but from memory." Memory? Tesla believed that civilization is cyclical, not linear. He wasn't the only one. Plato, in Timaeus, described Atlantis as possessing crystal energy and transmission towers, destroyed by resonant warfare. Tesla's obsession with Plato and ancient Sanskrit wasn't spiritual, it was technical. He underlined this line in the Mahabharata: "A single projectile charged with the power of the universe reduced everything to ashes." Tesla annotated it: resonant beam, wireless destruction, feasible. In 1899, June 30th, 1908, Tunguska. 80 million trees obliterated in a radial pattern. No crater, no radiation, no impactor, only heat, only pressure, only atmospheric ignition. The night before, Tesla attempts his most powerful activation of Wardenclyffe Tower. He'd allegedly aimed it at the North Pole, but magnetic deflection theory, recently proven by military geophysicists, suggests energy fired at polar entry points could re-emerge at its antipodal location. Guess where the magnetic opposite of the North Pole intersects? Siberia. Tesla never spoke of it publicly again. And days later, Morgan cuts funding. Coincidence or cleanup? Here's what they don't want you to see. 1. Declassified FBI file 100-133706 refers to Tesla's death ray and foreign interest in non-Newtonian weapon principles. 2. Tesla's entire estate was seized under the Alien Property Custodian Act, despite being a U.S. citizen. 3. A 1943 memo from military scientist John G. Trump, yes, uncle of Donald Trump, stated his ideas could radically reshape power distribution and strategic warfare, but we lack the conceptual foundation to verify them today. Why would a power grid inventor be treated like a national security threat unless he rediscovered something buried? Wardenclyffe Tower was demolished in 1917. Tesla, broke, claimed he was working on a death beam powered by the Earth itself. Newspapers laughed. The U.S. military didn't. Internal memos from the 1930s discuss frequency-directed energy, ionized beam transmissions, and ancient harmonic platforms in Egypt and Peru. Tesla dies in 1943. The same year the U.S. allegedly conducted the Philadelphia experiment, teleportation via electromagnetic distortion. All notes seized, most still classified. But here's the part that should make you lose sleep. In 2018, researchers discovered an unexplained EM anomaly beneath the ice of Antarctica, resonating at 7.83 hertz. NASA dismissed it, but it matches Tesla's Colorado signal from 1899. So ask yourself, was Tesla a prophet? Or was he trying to warn us of a technology we were never meant to resurrect? 30. Ancient nuclear war theories, India, Mahabharata, and radioactive ruins. In a forgotten Indian city, entire families were frozen in death mid-step, like shadows after Hiroshima. Except this city was buried 4,000 years before the atomic bomb existed. No known war, no known fire. Yet skeletal remains were found holding hands, fused to stone streets by searing heat. We call it Mohenjo-Daro, but to the ancients, it may have had another name, Lanka. 2,300 to 1,900 BCE, Indus Valley Civilization. Archaeologists uncovered a riddle. 1. Bricks vitrified by temperatures above 2,000 degrees Celsius. 2. Skeletons with no trauma, buried in high radiation zones. 3. No weapons, no evidence of conventional battle. But here's the anomaly. The layout of Mohenjo-Daro matches the Sky Fortress blueprint described in the Rig Veda, with cardinal-aligned citadels, sacred bathing tanks, and concentric defense walls. How can a myth from 1500 BCE describe a city that had already been dead for centuries? A Sanskrit text describes its fall, not by invaders, but by a weapon of thunder. Enter the Mahabharata and Ramayana, epics of gods, sky battles, and lightning that turn day into night. But few know this. A lesser-known manuscript, the Samarangana Sutradhara, describes flying machines, vimanas, that use pulsed fire, mercury vortex propulsion, and antenna-guided flight. Buried in temples in Rajasthan, these texts were hidden for centuries. Until 1944, when German SS occult units smuggled Sanskrit blueprints from India into Nazi Germany. What were they trying to build? The Nazi Die Glocke, a bell-shaped anti-gravity craft. The blueprints, still classified by the CIA. Jodhpur, Rajasthan in present day. In the desert outside Jodhpur, Indian geologists discovered 1. A 4-square-kilometer blast zone with no crater. 2. Elevated radiation at levels 3x above background. 3. A strange glass compound matching trinitite, only produced during nuclear tests. But the strangest part? Satellite scans show a subterranean ruin beneath the blast zone. Access denied. The Indian government calls it inconclusive geological activity. Privately, it was sealed by military forces in 2006, 1945 to present. After Hiroshima, Oppenheimer was asked if this was the first nuclear detonation. He answered cryptically, yes, in modern times. What did he mean? Few know Oppenheimer read Sanskrit fluently. He studied the Mahabharata during his time at Berkeley. In 1933, he wrote in a personal letter, "The Bhagavad Gita speaks of annihilation so exact in description, it could only come from memory, not imagination." And here's the final piece. In 1996, Project Dust-19, a joint Indo-American research mission, conducted secret radiological surveys at Mohenjo-Daro. Results sealed. But a leaked cable from a retired Indian nuclear physicist stated, "We found patterns in decay isotopes that don't belong to any known natural or artificial event, unless something like a tactical neutron device was used, before iron tools even existed. The ancient god Shiva, the destroyer, is always shown dancing inside a ring of fire. Metaphor or memory? At CERN, the European Nuclear Research Facility, a massive statue of Shiva stands outside the Large Hadron Collider. When asked why, the director stated, "Shiva represents the cosmic dance of destruction and creation, like what we simulate inside. Except the dance started millennia ago, in India, and we may be repeating it." 31. Zep Tepi, Egypt. The first time in gods descending from the sky. Ancient Egypt didn't begin with the pyramids, it ended with them. What came before was erased. You were told Zep Tepi was a myth, but what if it wasn't? What if it was a memory? A memory so old it outlasted language, and so dangerous. It was encoded in symbols and buried in stone. And what if the proof is still there, hidden beneath the temples, ignored by the textbooks, and carved by hands we can't explain? Septepi is translated as the first time, but Egyptologists dodge a crucial fact. It was never meant to mean a mythic beginning. In temple context, it referred to a cyclical reset, a return to order after cataclysm. It appears in the pyramid texts, coffin texts, and temple inscriptions describing celestial alignments, floods and falling stars. When the sky wept fire, Ra withdrew. The land was drowned. Then came Zep-Tepi, Edfu Temple. Zep-Tepi wasn't the beginning of the world. It was the beginning after the end. That's why it doesn't fit into modern timelines, because it was the end of a civilization we've never acknowledged. If Zep-Tepi was a reboot after collapse, what collapsed? The inventory stela, found near the Great Pyramid, is casually dismissed by mainstream scholars as a late-period forgery. Why? Because it states that Khufu did not build the Great Pyramid, he only repaired it, and that the Sphinx was already ancient in his time. Let that land. The Sphinx, which most textbooks place at approximately 2500 BCE, was called the Watcher from the former world. Even the erosion patterns on its flanks scream of rainfall. Rain that hasn't touched Giza since 10,000 BCE. The inventory stela mentions Isis, not as a myth, but as the guardian of the House of the Risen One, a pre-dynastic temple lost beneath the sand. And it places Zep-Tepi's high culture not in mythic time, but in geological history. Then who were the builders? Zep-Tepi was more than a memory. It was a power structure, a claim to legitimacy, a psychological weapon. Egypt's pharaohs weren't kings. They were the living proof that the gods once ruled, and left a legacy they alone could access. Why did Seti, Ramses, and Akhenaten all obsessively restore the works of the ancients? Because they weren't building monuments. They were reclaiming lost technology. Akhenaten's sun cult? Not spiritual. It was a return to the disk of power, the Aten, believed to be a remnant of Zep-Tepi's forgotten energy system. The sun disk was more than metaphor. It was blueprint. What else did they inherit? What do these have in common? 1. The Sumerian king list claims divine rulers lived 28,800 years. 2. The Hopi speak of the first world lost to fire. 3. The Maya describe 4 suns, each destroyed by catastrophe. 4. The Dogon of Mali recall sky beings who taught stone to speak. All describe a reset event, followed by a first time where the gods restarted civilization. That's not religion. That's pattern recognition. And it aligns with the end of the Younger Dryas, circa 11,600 BCE. The same window Zep-Tepi must occupy. If everyone remembered the same trauma, was it real? In 2017, a cosmic ray muon scan of the Great Pyramid revealed a massive void above the Grand Gallery. The Egyptian government immediately sealed access. Then in 2021, a geophysicist working with Japanese archaeologists leaked data showing another chamber beneath the Giza Plateau near the Sphinx. The data was buried. The researcher was discredited. But their final note? We are not the first civilization. We are not the most advanced. We are only the most forgetful. 32. Tower of Babel, Mesopotamia. Was it Eridu or Borsippa? They didn't build the tower to reach heaven. They built it to bring something down. That's not theology. That's recovered engineering, disguised as myth. You've been told the Tower of Babel was a fairy tale about pride. But what if the real sin was memory? We start with a paradox. Genesis 11, a story of a tower and divine punishment, was written 1,500 years after the event it describes. The Hebrews weren't eyewitnesses. They were exiles in Babylon, forced to rewrite their identity under foreign rule. The Babel story wasn't a warning. It was a reinterpretation of something terrifying they had seen with their own eyes in the ruins. A ziggurat far older than Babylon, made of fused stone, aligned not to gods but to the stars. And most chilling of all, its inner sanctum was not for prayer. It was built downward into the earth. Why build a tower that descends? Before Babylon, before Akkad, there was Eridu, the oldest city in southern Mesopotamia, called the first city in Sumerian texts. Its god? Enki. Its function? Not worship, but storage. Of what? The ME, think of the me as divine source code. Laws, ethics, music, metallurgy, even the knowledge of resurrection and language. The tale of Enmerkar and the Lord of Arada, older than Genesis by over 1,000 years, tells us Enmerkar built a giant structure and implored Enki to confuse the tongues of his enemies. Wait, wasn't that God's punishment in the Bible? The Babel event wasn't original. It was a retelling of something the Sumerians openly described. A divine system lost, then forbidden. A tower built not for ego, but for reconnection. But what were they reconnecting to? The ziggurat at Borsippa wasn't unfinished. It was destroyed. Cuneiform tablets uncovered at the site describe a tongue of fire from the sky, a blast that silenced all languages, and workers who wandered mad into the desert. In 2022, researchers using ground-penetrating radar found magnetic anomalies at the Borsippa site consistent with intense localized radiation exposure. No metallurgical explanation, no lightning strike, just scorched brick and silence. This matches the cuneiform description of the fall, not collapse but disintegration. Modern linguistics shows that over 30 language families emerged within 500 years of Babel, many of them without traceable evolution. The language explosion was real, but it wasn't divine. It was trauma. Was Babel a tower or a device? Mainstream archaeologists claim Babel is metaphor, yet Nebuchadnezzar II, an actual king, tried to rebuild the tower. He wasn't reading mythology, he was restoring blueprints. In a recovered inscription, he says, "The former king built it, but did not finish its head. I have laid its foundations and raised its summit to the heavens." But he failed. Again. Why? Because by his time the secret was lost, buried first by flood, then by intentional censorship. The city of Eridu was abandoned without explanation, its temple sealed, its texts lost. Worse, the site remains closed to archaeologists. Several expeditions in the 2000s were blocked without reason by Iraqi authorities. What's buried beneath the ziggurat of Enki is now under military protection. Why guard a ruin with no treasure? Every flood myth, every tower, every fall of language, it all points to one truth. There was something before us, and we tried to reach it. The Tower of Babel wasn't a monument to pride. It was a resurrection of memory, a system humanity wasn't ready to handle. Because it wasn't ours to begin with. Eridu tried to bring it back. Borsippa tried to amplify it. Nebuchadnezzar tried to decode it. And Genesis tried to bury it. But the earth still remembers. And the language it speaks is radiation, astronomy, and stone. 33. Noah's Ark and Mount Ararat, Turkey. Geological evidence. What if I told you that the story of Noah's Ark is not a legend, but the most carefully orchestrated cover-up in human history? In ancient times, humanity was on the brink of an extinction-level event. Yet against all odds, the story of one man, his family, and a boat would become the symbol of the world's survival. But what if the Ark was never a boat at all? The tale of Noah's Ark, far from being a singular event, finds its roots across ancient cultures, from the Sumerians to the Babylonians, and even the Akkadians. But here's the shocking truth. The flood of Noah is not simply a story of divine retribution. It is the memory of a cataclysmic event that rewrote the world. But what if this memory of a great flood is just one layer of a much darker, hidden truth? The flood of Noah, the epic of Gilgamesh, the Atrahasis tale, they all point to one thing. The world has seen devastation before. But what if the flood was not the result of divine punishment? What if it was something far more human, far more geological? The Black Sea flood hypothesis suggests a massive rise in sea levels around 7,500 years ago that suddenly drowned the ancient shores. But there's something much darker we need to question. What if that rise wasn't accidental? What if it was triggered by human actions, or perhaps a secretive, ancient technology? Recent evidence points to highly advanced prehistoric cultures capable of engineering disasters beyond anything we imagine. Hidden in the ice of Mount Ararat, there may lie remnants not of an ancient flood, but of a weaponized disaster, one that has been erased from history. If we can uncover the truth about the flood, can we also discover what was hidden with it? Why has Mount Ararat been the focus of so much mystery? Thousands of explorers have scoured its slopes, only to return empty-handed. But some have uncovered disturbing fragments of something strange beneath the ice. The Ark remains claimed to have been found by Amit Chevdet in 1959 were dismissed. But why? Could it be that Ararat is more than just a mountain to climb? Could it be a key to understanding what we've forgotten? The Turkish government has long blocked access to Mount Ararat, citing preservation concerns. But might there be something more sinister at play? What if they know something that would change everything? What exactly is hidden beneath those ice sheets that the world isn't being told? Are we too afraid to find out? The search for the Ark is not simply a search for a physical vessel. The Ark has become the mythic embodiment of survival, preservation, and ultimately, humanity's deepest fear, oblivion. But here's the question no one dares to ask. Was Noah's Ark a physical object at all? Or was it a metaphor for a hidden technology, a device that could have preserved civilization? What if the Ark was never meant to float on water, but rather it was something much more sophisticated, a machine capable of storing knowledge, life, and genetic diversity? Some scholars argue that ancient civilizations were experimenting with survival technology, perhaps genetic engineering or preserving human knowledge for future generations. The Ark could have been the last great effort to protect humanity in an age when cataclysmic weather events were becoming increasingly common. What if Noah's Ark is not a symbol of salvation, but of human failure? What if it wasn't about saving the species, but hiding the truth of a long-forgotten technology? Imagine you're an archaeologist with evidence that could rewrite history, proof that humanity once possessed technology far more advanced than we believe. Would you expose it or suppress it, knowing that the consequences could unravel everything we know? The Turkish government has consistently blocked investigations into Mount Ararat. Some say it's to protect the environment. Others believe the site is far too politically sensitive. What if the Ark represents not just a biblical relic, but an ancient source of power? The propaganda machine around the Ark has already begun to erase anything that doesn't align with the mainstream narrative. Scholars, governments, and private sectors have kept a veil of silence over the truth for centuries. Why would they hide it? What is the truth they are trying to bury? And can we uncover it before it's completely erased? If the Ark isn't what we think it is, then who's controlling the story? Why does the idea of the Ark resonate so strongly in human consciousness? Because we are still searching for that last chance of survival. In a world where technology and power are increasingly in the hands of a select few, could the Ark hold the key to preserving humanity from another impending disaster? As we look forward, the true nature of the Ark might hold answers to some of humanity's most pressing questions. Can we survive the coming cataclysm? What if the Ark wasn't just a story but a warning? Will we ever know what's truly hidden beneath the ice? Or is humanity too blind to see the truth that's been staring us in the face for millennia? 34. Enochian tablets, occult, your angelic language, channeled or ancient tongue? What if the secret to unlocking the universe's deepest mysteries is hidden in a language no human has ever spoken, until now? The story of the Enochian tablets begins with a man whose name has become synonymous with both genius and madness, John Dee, the Queen's court astronomer, alchemist, and magician. But behind Dee's impeccable credentials lay something much darker, much more esoteric. He sought to communicate directly with angels, and in his quest, he and his scryer, Edward Kelly, supposedly unlocked the language of angels, a system of glyphs, symbols, and sounds that defy explanation. But where did this language come from? Was it the result of divine revelation, or something far more sinister and far-reaching than we dare to admit? What if the Enochian language isn't angelic at all, but an ancient tongue long buried in human history? Dee and Kelly's journey into the realm of angels began in 1581, when they began performing a series of spiritual scrying sessions in a desperate attempt to communicate with the divine. These sessions were not about contacting God, but about accessing a hidden, forbidden knowledge. Dee was fascinated by the notion that the angels could provide him with the keys to the universe, to unlock the secrets of alchemy, astrology, and divine power. After months of trance-like sessions, Dee and Kelly reportedly received the Enochian language, a tongue so complex it contained both sound and symbol, a language of power, one that could bridge the gap between the material world and the supernatural realm. But here's the problem. No one else has ever been able to speak or understand it fully, nor can they replicate the messages Dee and Kelly claim to have received. But if the Enochian language was truly angelic, why has it been so impossible to decipher? What if this language wasn't meant for angels at all? The Enochian tablets are often described as more than just words. They are seen as a map, a set of coordinates leading to knowledge that could shatter everything we think we know about the universe. Dee believed the language had practical applications, capable of unlocking the forces of nature, forces that could give him untold power. But what if the angels Dee and Kelly spoke to weren't heavenly beings at all? What if they were something far older, far darker, and far more dangerous? Could the Enochian language actually be the residual echoes of an ancient civilization, one that had long since disappeared, leaving behind only cryptic remnants like the language itself? What if Dee and Kelly's mystical experiences were not divine, but the result of something else entirely? A forgotten ancient power tapping into their minds, exploiting their desire for knowledge. Were Dee and Kelly truly channeling angels, or were they simply pawns in a much darker, ancient game? Could this be a trap set for them and for those who would follow? To understand the true nature of the Enochian language, we must confront a terrifying possibility. This is not a language that emerged naturally, nor was it a gift from a higher power. What if the Enochian language was something much older? We know that throughout history, there have been countless ancient civilizations, Sumerians, Egyptians, and pre-flood cultures who spoke in languages long lost to history. What if Enochian is the last fragment of these lost tongues, something that should have remained buried? What if Dee and Kelly were simply channeling echoes of a forgotten world, one that fell victim to the same cataclysmic fate as Atlantis? Elder scholars and modern-day linguists are still struggling to find any evidence of Enochian's origins. The more we try to dig into its roots, the more it seems to resist all logical explanation. Its symbols, its grammar, its syntax, none of it fits with any known language, ancient or modern. But there's something even more unsettling. The language seems to work. In occult practices, the Enochian language is still used as a magical tool to cast spells, summon entities, and connect with realms unknown. What if these ancient practices are tapping into a deeper, darker power that has existed for millennia? If Enochian is a gateway to this unknown power, who else has used it throughout history, and for what purpose? Dee and Kelly were not the only ones searching for hidden power in the Renaissance. During this time, secret societies were growing in strength, like the Rosicrucians, the Freemasons, and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But there was a danger to Dee's revelations. What if the Enochian language was not merely a tool for personal enlightenment, but a weapon used in the ongoing war for control over hidden knowledge? Some scholars believe the Enochian tablets were used by secret societies to gain access to forbidden knowledge, power that has been jealously guarded for centuries. Could the rituals Dee practiced have been a way to tap into these ancient energies, energies that could alter the very fabric of reality itself? And perhaps even more chilling, what if the Enochian language is still being used today by modern occultists, governments, and shadowy elites? What if it holds the key to unlocking technology that has been lost or suppressed? Technologies that could reshape the world? Is it possible that we are on the cusp of rediscovering the power hidden within the Enochian tablets, but at a cost too great for us to bear? There is one final question to answer. Was the Enochian language channeled by Dee and Kelly, or is it the relic of an ancient civilization left behind in the echoes of history? If it is indeed the latter, what does that tell us about the true nature of our ancient ancestors? What if the knowledge they possessed was more advanced than anything we've ever imagined? And what if, in the Enochian tablets, we have a glimpse of that lost age? In the final moments of this documentary, we will confront this question head-on. Are we ready to face the truth of what lies beneath the surface? Is the Enochian language a gift or a curse meant to keep us in check, forever bound to the shadow of a forgotten, yet immensely powerful past? And perhaps most terrifying of all, what will happen if we unlock the full power of the Enochian language? Will we be able to control it, or will it control us? 35. The Ark of the Covenant, Ethiopia? Where is it really? In 1910, the British Empire detonated a mine in the Wrong Valley of Axum. Within a week, 62 soldiers were dead. Their skin had blackened. No wounds, no visible trauma. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church told the British commander, "You struck too close to the Ark." He sealed the records. That file remained classified until 2002. You've been told the Ark was a golden box, but that's a simplification for the faithful. The Ark may not be an object of faith, but a machine, not metaphorically, literally, engineered, coded with frequencies that modern science is only now beginning to understand. Oscillating fields capable of causing biological trauma in a 30-meter radius. The Old Testament calls it the wrath of God. But what if that was electromagnetic radiation? Now consider this. In 1992, researchers from the University of Addis Ababa detected a pulsing, low-frequency anomaly beneath the chapel of the tablet, a frequency mimicking the readings of military-grade EMP devices. And no one has ever been allowed to measure it again. Why did a CIA black site file label the Ark's signature as a non-Earth origin? In 1936, as Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, Hitler's Ahnenerbe, the SS's occult research division, sent a covert team into Axum under the guise of archaeology. They weren't looking for gold or minerals. They brought lead-lined coffins and radiation shielding. Their internal documents refer to the Ark not as a relic, but as die resonance machine. The resonance machine, the mission failed. 4 men vanished. One returned raving in Enochian, the language John Dee claimed to have channeled from angels. The man who decoded that language later became a Vatican informant and died 2 days before giving testimony to Interpol. The Catholic Church publicly dismisses the Ark's presence in Ethiopia. But in 1963, Pope Paul VI sent a sealed envoy to the Ethiopian Patriarch, followed by a gift, a relic said to contain a splinter from the True Cross. In return, the Pope asked for something never recorded in official Vatican correspondence. That same year, the Axum Chapel was reinforced with lead shielding, despite Ethiopia having no nuclear program and no known source of radiation risk. Coincidence? Why does the Vatican have a classified file on Arkham custodes, keepers of the Ark, spanning back to 1307? 1973, Yom Kippur War. Egyptian forces move close to capturing East Jerusalem. Israel orders an elite Mossad unit not to protect civilians, but to extract sealed artifacts from Temple Mount vaults. These vaults are off limits to nearly all Israeli archaeologists. Why? Because in 1981, seismic imaging revealed a hollow chamber matching Second Temple blueprints, never excavated, and then silence. Israeli officials have never denied the chamber exists. They simply say excavation is politically impossible. Was the Ark never in Ethiopia, or has there always been more than one? Now here's the quiet bomb. Multiple Arks existed. The original may have been reverse engineered by the Levites, broken into multiple components, and smuggled into 3 directions. 1. Ethiopia, relic. 2. Eastern Europe, power core. 3. Jerusalem, shell or casing. In 2008, during construction near the Romanian Sarmizegetusa Regia site, an ancient Dacian sanctuary, a sealed basalt container was uncovered containing Hebrew priestly engravings and a magnetic interference signature. The Romanian government immediately shut down access. The site is now patrolled 24/7 under the label of National Heritage Protection. Why are these scattered pieces starting to show signs of activation? And who's collecting them? Why not bring the Ark into public? Because if it's real, and it does still work, you don't reveal it. You leverage it in silence. You let the myth do the talking while you hold the power. Why hasn't science proved it exists? Because scientific access has never been granted. But the readings we do have, from both satellite imaging and ground-penetrating radar, are consistent with high-density energy anomalies, not stone boxes. Is Ethiopia lying? Number. They may believe they're guarding the Ark, and perhaps they are, just not the only one. 36. Dogon tribe in Sirius B, Mali, knowledge without telescopes. In 1997, a high-resolution telescope picked up a gravitational anomaly near Sirius. In Mali, a dying Dogon priest whispered one phrase, "It has returned." You've never heard this story, and you were never meant to. Long before Galileo pointed his telescope skyward, and long before the word gravity was whispered by Newton, The Dogon of Mali already knew. They knew Sirius was not one star, but two. They knew its invisible companion completed its path every 50 years. They called it Potolo, the deep beginning. They knew it was small yet heavier than iron. Western science didn't catch up until 1970, when Sirius B's density was finally confirmed. But here's what they don't teach in astrophysics courses. Dogon calendars, based on Sirius B, are accurate to within 1 day every 400 years. No Western calendar system, not even the Gregorian, achieves that without leap year correction. The Dogon believe a third star exists, and that its arrival marks the end of this world age. Dogon priests didn't just believe in Sirius B, they encoded it in ritual. A sand glyph, poured during their Sigai ceremony, shows a double spiral, one tight, one wide. When overlaid with the 3D model of Sirius AB orbit paths, it matches exactly. But here's the part anthropologists didn't understand. That spiral, it wasn't art, it was a gravitational map. And when archaeologists recreated the full 12-step Dogon ritual cycle using AI pattern detection, something surfaced. Each step plotted out the wobble of Sirius A over a 450-year precessional cycle. When Dogon elders were shown NASA's digital render, they didn't flinch. They said, "That's what they showed us when they came from the sky." Hidden in a remote plateau near Bandiagara, there lies a rock with iron flecks that form fractal curves. The Dogons say the Nomo left their voice inside it. In 2021, researchers from a private European institute ran vibroacoustic tests on the formation. Shock, the stone resonates at 1.432 Hz. Sirius B's orbital frequency? 1.432 cycles per Earth year. This isn't mysticism. This is resonant encoding. But that's not the part that scares physicists. When the stone was placed inside a Faraday cage, it still pulsed, and it spiked the magnetic flux reader precisely on the day Sirius B passed perihelion. Coincidence or communication? Why Mali? Why the Dogon? Here's the dark truth. They weren't isolated. They were protected. Portuguese Jesuits encountered the Dogon as early as the 1500s and recorded in Latin journals that they possessed astronomic tongues and heretical rites. These journals were archived in the Vatican's Secretum, only discovered in 1984. The pages? Redacted, photographs, classified by papal decree, but a leaked footnote in 1993 revealed one thing. These rites are not pagan. They mirror apocryphal teachings of the Book of Enoch and bear resemblance to the teachings of the Watchers. The Dogons say the Nomo will return when the red dust rains from heaven. NASA confirms Sirius emits red UV flares, first observed in 1993. Here's the final twist. In 2002, UNESCO announced plans to preserve Dogon's sacred sites as World Heritage Landmarks. Within 3 months, satellite images showed multiple cave systems collapsed. Local reports spoke of white men in suits with machines. Then the Nomo statue, a 1.6-meter iron figure said to house the breath of the star, vanished from its shrine. No one has seen it since. Was this just tribal folklore being replaced by modern chaos? Or was a knowledge system older than Egypt being erased on purpose? The Dogons say the Nomo will speak again, not in words but in sound that cracks the sky. And when that happens, the third star will no longer hide. 37, Nazca astronaut. A carving unlike any other. There's a man carved into a Peruvian mountain, waving, but no one alive was ever meant to see him. He's 106 feet tall. His face is tilted to the stars. Locals call him El Ojo de los Dioses, the eye of the gods. But this isn't a god. It's someone or something looking up, waiting, or warning. And here's what they don't tell you. When Spanish conquistadors first arrived near the Nazca Plateau, they ordered Christian crosses to be burned atop this very hill. Why? Because the locals called it the mountain that watches. The Nazca were astronomers, engineers, and ritual obsessives. They drained rivers with spiral wells. They mapped constellations into the dirt. But one figure doesn't match. The so-called astronaut wasn't on any ritual pilgrimage path. It faces a part of the sky with no major constellations, just the black void of the southern celestial pole. And when archaeologist Maria Reiche first flew over it in 1941, she refused to publish her notes on it. Her student, Ernst Schaefer, claims she muttered, "This one is not Nazca." But why not? What did she see or fear whilst in this figure? 1534 Spanish conquest. Jesuit friar Mateo Perez wrote in his Secret Relación de Indios del Sur, later banned in 1605, "The savages worship a figure drawn in the mountain. They say it saw the gods come down, not in fire, but in silence." That document vanished for 300 years. In 1929, Peruvian librarian Jorge Eguía found it in a sealed Dominican archive in Seville. Months later, he disappeared, his home ransacked. The document gone again. Only a single page survives, now in a locked vault at the Pontifical Catholic University of Peru. It mentions a ritual word, campanac, the one who points upward, which appears nowhere else in Quechua or Aymara language records. Satellite analysis in 2017 found the astronaut geoglyph is cut twice as deep as other Nazca lines, over 50 centimeters. Why carve deeper and into volcanic rock? Why place it on a cliff wall only visible from the sky? In 2021, ground-penetrating radar found a narrow shaft below the figure. Independent team of Peruvian geologists noted ceramic fragments unlike any Nazca style embedded 9 meters down. They weren't published, but a leaked email from the Universidad Nacional de San Agustín de Arequipa said non-local carbon traces suggest pre-Nazcan contact, possibly Pacific origin. In 1958, Soviet radio astronomer Nikolai Kardashev proposed that intelligent civilizations might leave messages visible only from above. 3 years later, CIA surveillance planes caught images of a triangulation of Nazca lines, 2 pointing to the astronaut, 1 pointing toward the subsurface anomaly now buried beneath the figure. But here's the shocker. In 1997, an elongated skull was recovered 2 miles from the site, fused at the parietal plate in a way not consistent with cranial binding. It had dental morphology matching Polynesian, not Andean patterns. The report? Buried in the Smithsonian archives until 2011, when it was quietly removed from public record. We think it's an astronaut, but look closer. 1. Bulging eyes equals night vision insect or owl motifs. 2. Raised hand equals ancient gesture of departure. 3. Boot-like feet equals early Inca, depictions of skywalkers in Costco textiles. And now we return to that lost Quechua word, campanac. It doesn't mean astronaut. It means one who stood still when the others ran. Which brings us to the real question. What did the other ones run from? 38. Cargo cults, de Melanesia. Reenactment of ancient contact. A remote tribe with no metal tools once built a replica of a U.S. air control tower before they had ever seen one. Let that sit. It wasn't a child's fantasy. It had antenna supports, signal fire placement, and an observation deck. All made from jungle wood and bamboo. British anthropologist Bernard Deacon photographed it in 1931. He died mysteriously 1 year later, a scratch that turned septic. The file was never published, but one photo, a negative misfiled under funerary structures, survived. There's no airstrip nearby, no Western contact recorded. So why were they building control towers? 1. Bernard Deacon, Oxford-trained anthropologist, died at age 24 in Vanuatu. 2. Hugo Bernatzik, Austrian ethnologist who published similar images but sanitized them. 3. The Nambas people, ritual carvers from northern Malekula, allegedly never contacted before the 1920s. Deacon was sent to study funeral rites in northern Vanuatu, but in his private diary, recovered in 1974 by Oxford archivists, he describes a shrine shaped like a metallic nesting bird. The villagers say it came from fire. Its wings no longer move. Its people wore shells on their eyes. His academic papers omit this, but his field notes mention signal patterns, sacred runways, and a chant translated as, "When the sky roars, food falls." This was a decade before cargo planes arrived. Let's make this harder to dismiss, because in 1929, German missionaries reported a ritual called Tagara Toko, the sky spirit summoning. It involved a tower with vines mimicking antennae and patterned ground carvings only visible from above. That pattern matches the U.S. Signal Corps' 1939 radio grid, decades later. How? Skeptics say it's coincidence or pareidolia. But why would a Stone Age tribe pattern signal geometry? Here's where it spirals. One elder in 1932 told Deacon that the shrine was copied from the last time. When pressed, he said, "The sky brought them long ago. The tower is how we told them we remember." When the U.S. Navy arrived in 1942, they were welcomed with military salutes and flag ceremonies. But the villagers used a symbol, a red crescent over blue, not known in U.S. military. It matched a lost pre-aviation Air Force design proposed by General Billy Mitchell in 1925, found only in unpublished design drafts stored at the National Archives. How would they know? A linguist analyzing the Tagaratoko chants found an anomaly in 1991. A phrase pronounced Mekanal recurred across different islands. It was glossed as bird temple in missionary records. But in Proto-Austronesian root structure, it roughly maps to mechanical, yes, mechanical, oral memory mutated phonetically across generations, but held shape. Bernard Deacon died of an infected scratch. That's the story. But his body was cremated immediately, despite colonial policy requiring shipping deceased researchers back to Britain for family viewing. One letter, from Field Assistant Alfred Doc Mackey, says, "Deacon got too close. He asked about the first contact. They said it wasn't us." That letter vanished from the archives for 40 years. 39 Chariots of the Gods, hypothesis. When mythology sounds like science fiction, in 1907, a sealed cave in Afghanistan was opened by Russian explorers. Inside, they found a map of the stars with accurate trajectories of Saturn's moons. That map was carbon dated to the second millennium BCE. The Soviets suppressed the find. They feared what it proved. That ancient man was not alone. Before the book of Genesis, there was Enmedaranki, the Sumerian king taken to heaven, taught the secrets of astronomy, and returned glowing with light. He was given 1. A tablet of destinies made of crystal 2, a measuring rod that could divide stars 3, the ability to speak the language of the sky gods. His city, Sippar, was the first astronomical observatory in human history, and yet, When archaeologists dug up Sippar in the 1890s, they found a burnt layer, melted stone, radiation anomalies. How do you get radiation without modern weapons? Egypt's most mysterious polymath, Imhotep, built the Step Pyramid, but his lost scrolls, referenced in a 10th century Arab chronicle, claim he used something called the voice of Ra to cut stone without touching it. In 1925, British archaeologist Sir Flinders Petrie uncovered sawn granite blocks with laser-like symmetry beneath Saqqara. Petrie wrote, "This cannot be explained by copper tools." The British Museum locked away the slabs. No photos exist today. When modern engineers modeled the cuts in CAD software, they matched ultrasonic interference patterns, technology developed in the 1980s. How does a 4,000-year-old quarry show the signature of modern high-frequency cutting? In 180 CE, a sect of early Christians were labeled dangerous heretics. They believed the Old Testament God wasn't God, but an impostor, one of many beings who descended in machines of fire and smoke. They cited Ezekiel's vision, not as prophecy, but as history. The Catholic Church hunted them to extinction. In 1953, the Vatican bought out the private collection of Nag Hammadi manuscripts from Egypt. What they found: 1. Diagrams. 2. Descriptions of descending shields of light. 3. Instructions for calling down the powers of the air. One passage, blacked out in all English translations, reads, "And the sky chariot roared like the lion of thunder, and the ground was scorched." Why would the Vatican, a religious institution, suppress a metaphor? Between 1945 to 1965, 10 archaeological teams vanished in the Middle East under ambiguous conditions. They were all investigating pre-Abrahamic sky cults, all funded quietly by the French CNRS and American intelligence contractors. In 1972, one team led by Dr. Henri Louvet discovered a chamber beneath Mount Hermon, where the Book of Enoch claims the Watchers descended. They transmitted sonar data of a tunnel system aligned with the stars of Orion. Hours later, all communication ceased. Their excavation tent was found abandoned, food half-eaten. The chamber, sealed with welded steel from the outside. Israeli military denies involvement. So does France. No follow-up expedition has ever been allowed. Buried in a Sumerian cylinder seal from 2150 BCE is a line translated only once, by Dr. Theodor van Kreis of Berlin. "When the Watcher's wheels return, man will remember he was never alone." That seal was destroyed in the 2003 bombing of the Iraq Museum in Baghdad. Every photo of it online is mysteriously corrupted. There's no physical evidence. False. Granite cuts under electron microscopy show machine tool signatures. Radiation anomalies in sites with no nuclear presence. Suppressed excavation logs exist in university archives. It's just religious symbolism. Then why were maps accurate to the moons of Saturn, etched in stone 3,000 years before Galileo? This is ancient alien nonsense. The Pentagon now admits UAPs exist. Are we still pretending the past has nothing to do with the present? 40 sky disks in Bronze Age astronomy? Nebra sky disk? A prehistoric star map? Buried for millennia, forgotten by time, the Nebra sky disk isn't just a prehistoric artifact. It's a cosmic message deliberately hidden, a puzzle that exposes the uncomfortable truth. Bronze Age Europeans may have possessed scientific knowledge so advanced it threatened later empires and religions. So they buried it, literally and figuratively. Forget the pyramids or Stonehenge. Around 1600 BCE, a group of Bronze Age people in Central Europe crafted a bronze disc engraved with gold symbols that aligned perfectly with the sun's solstices and the mysterious Pleiades star cluster. But here's the shock. The disc's precision in tracking celestial events predates known Greek astronomy by nearly 1,500 years, long before written records, telescopes, or sophisticated mathematics. How? Who taught them? And why did this knowledge disappear? What if this was not an isolated artifact but a remnant of an ancient scientific revolution deliberately erased from history? After its discovery in 1999, the disc vanished in the shadows of illegal antiquities trafficking. Some whisper that powerful groups wanted it hidden. Was the disc's knowledge too dangerous for mainstream society? Could it unravel established religious and scientific doctrines? The very people who found it were silenced, the disc almost lost forever. Who stood to lose if Bronze Age Europeans were proven capable of advanced astronomy? The golden arcs on the disc don't just represent sunrises and sunsets. They mark the horizon points of solar events with precision unmatched for its time. More startlingly, recent geological surveys indicate nearby sites, like the Gosex Circle, were aligned with these markers, suggesting a coordinated, continent-wide astronomical network. Some scientists now argue these ancient astronomers could calculate lunar and solar cycles that rival later Babylonian records, implying a continuous, sophisticated knowledge tradition lost to history. Was this astronomical knowledge destroyed by conquest or erased by religious dogma fearing its implications? Why does the archaeological record suddenly go silent after the Bronze Age? Scholars debate. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The rise of Iron Age empires and monotheistic religions may have deliberately suppressed this pagan science, erasing not just artifacts, but whole epistemologies. The Nebra sky disk stands as a silent testament to a world where science and spirituality were intertwined, a truth inconvenient to conquerors and church alike. Could today's scientific understanding be based on the fragments left after centuries of cultural genocide? Skeptics say coincidence or interpretation to dismiss the disk's importance. But new interdisciplinary studies, from archaeoastronomy to metallurgy, continue to confirm its precision and significance. The challenge now, to open our minds and admit that Bronze Age Europe was not primitive, but home to an advanced scientific culture erased from our textbooks. Will modern science finally accept the Nebra sky disk's secrets or bury them deeper? 41. Giant skeletons in North America? Smithsonian cover-up? In 1877, a Smithsonian-funded archaeologist uncovered a 9-foot skeleton with a copper crown in West Virginia. The report was filed. It still exists. But the bones? Gone. Late 19th century, America is clawing for national identity post-Civil War, westward expansion, manifest destiny. The bones of ancient beings, giants some say, start emerging from Native American burial mounds. The mound builder myth is fading, and with it, a tidy narrative of linear, Eurocentric history. And here's where the truth bites. Early Smithsonian records, real verifiable reports, admitted to discovering giants. Annual Report of the Smithsonian, 1883 page, 113. A skeleton 7 feet 6 inches tall was found, wrapped in bark, buried in a chambered tomb beneath a mound in Kanawha County. This isn't a fringe theory. It's in their own book. But today, that record is buried under 100 layers of institutional silence. Why did the Smithsonian publish these finds, then erase them from their public narrative? You're not crazy for wondering. They were crazy for stopping. Between 1840 and 1920, over 200 documented reports surfaced in reputable outlets, New York Times, Scientific American, describing giant skeletons. But here's what they won't tell you. The Bureau of Ethnology, under John Wesley Powell, implemented an unofficial policy to attribute all mound builder skeletons to Native Americans, regardless of anomalies. Why? Because anything else would shatter the racial justification for westward conquest. Memo from Powell, real quote, to admit a prehistoric race would imperil the established timelines of the American peoples. Translation, don't just bury the bones, bury the idea. Was the race of giants a scientific impossibility or a political inconvenience? Evidence of elongated skulls, double rows of teeth, and non-native DNA in certain remains has been suppressed. In 2012, geneticist Dr. Hugh Newman, UK-based, tested skull fragments from Paracas, Peru, showing mtDNA mutations not found in any known human lineage. These skull types also appear in Ohio mound graves, photographed in the 1920s. Photos now removed from museum catalogs. But here's the masterstroke. Smithsonian's own catalog entries from 1894 list bones over 8 feet tall. Why erase them now? Because it raises the forbidden question. Were there once rival species? And did early Native American tribes not invent the mound system, but inherit it from something other? If the timeline is broken, who owns the truth? And who benefits from the lie? Indigenous tribes from the Paiute of Nevada to the Choctaw of Mississippi tell of red-haired cannibal giants. In some stories, they emerge from the sky. In others, from deep beneath the ground. Paiute legend of Seneca. They were giants with fiery hair. They raided villages. They could not be killed with arrows. Then there's the Lovelock Cave discovery, Nevada 1911. 1. Bones over 8 feet long. 2. Giant sandals, 15 inches. 3. Red hair preserved in bat guano. Why does this matter? Because similar stories exist in Ireland, Iran, and Sumeria. And the mound structures in Ohio align astronomically, just like megalithic sites in Europe and the Levant. Coincidence or continuity? What if the ancient world was smaller than we thought, because its giants were bigger than we imagined? 42. The Copper Scroll, Dead Sea. Treasure or coded history. They call it a treasure map, but it never said it wanted to be found. The Judas Scroll, secrets they meant to bury. It's 68 CE. The Romans are about to breach the temple walls. But instead of fleeing with gold, a group of Zadokite priests do something unthinkable. They write a scroll, not on leather, but copper, the metal of permanence, and encode the locations of dozens of sacred relics, not for safekeeping, but to weaponize their loss. Why? Because a new theology is being born, not of temple worship, but of messianic vengeance. This scroll wasn't just a list. It was a deliberate psychological trap, left behind to haunt future empires. 1. The scroll never uses God's name. Unlike all other Dead Sea Scrolls, the Copper Scroll is void of divine references. Not one YHWH, not one prayer, not even a blessing. That's not just odd, it's blasphemous. Unless the scroll isn't religious at all. Could it have been written by political dissidents instead of religious scribes? Second entry number 54 references a dry well beneath the salt pit. Geologists have confirmed underground chambers beneath the Dead Sea Basin, now submerged or collapsed. What if some of the locations are impossible to retrieve and were meant to be? 3. The word scroll, sefer, is never used. The Copper Scroll refers to itself only as a list, a daftar, like a merchant's record. Is it a temple inventory or a smuggling ledger? Doubt. No treasure has been found, so it must be a myth. Answer. What if the scroll was designed to ensure the treasure could never be found, unless you already knew where it was? Doubt. The Essenes wouldn't hoard gold. Answer. Then maybe the Essenes didn't write it. What if it was stolen from a Herodian accountant during the chaos of revolt? Doubt. Why copper? Answer. Because it resists fire. The writers expected Jerusalem to burn and made sure their message wouldn't. Imagine a chamber sealed beneath the Temple Mount, intact since the time of the scroll, containing not gold, but a stone tablet contradicting every known version of the book of Exodus. And the only man who knew about it? Assassinated in 1992, shortly after requesting excavation permits. If this scroll was harmless, why did every empire since Rome try to hide it? 43. The Vinca script, Serbia. A forgotten European writing system? Before the Bible, before the pyramids, before even the wheel, someone in Europe was writing, and we destroyed the evidence. 5,500 to 4,500 BCE, Neolithic Balkans. The Vinca culture flourishes across modern Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and parts of Hungary. They said writing began in Sumer, but in 1875, deep in Transylvania, clay tablets surfaced, inscribed, baked, and buried. Buried intentionally, not by time, but by choice. These tablets, known as the Tortoria tablets, carry 13 symbols. They're arranged linearly, right to left, in a format identical to early Sumerian proto-cuneiform. And they're at least 1,000 years older than Sumer. But here's what no one dares to ask. How did the same symbol, a cross in circle, appear in both Sumer and Neolithic Serbia? Either the Vinca culture invented writing, or history is hiding a common source. In 1965, a British expedition found identical Vinca-like symbols carved onto megalithic ruins in Mehrgarh, Pakistan, a full 4,000 kilometers away. No trade routes, no overlap, just matching symbols. Even more chilling, the Rongorongo tablets of Easter Island show structural resemblance, including symmetry and vertical pairing. Coincidence? Then explain this. A Vinca symbol, meaning birth, appears, nearly identically, on a 2000 BCE Minoan fertility idol and a 3rd century BC Chinese oracle bone. Different continents, different centuries, one script. When the Indo-Europeans swept through the Balkans around 4,300 BCE, they didn't just conquer. They burned, buried, and erased. Entire Vinca settlements were incinerated. Symbol-bearing figurines were smashed in ritual patterns, intentionally broken across neck and torso. Historians call it collapse by migration, but the evidence suggests systematic cultural erasure, a prehistoric book burning. And here's the kicker. Some tablets were buried with mercury and cinnabar, substances associated with divine protection and toxic deterrence. They didn't want these tablets stolen. They wanted them hidden from the future. What did the Vinca know that someone didn't want remembered? 1. 700 plus Vinca symbol cataloged. 2. Over 200 show non-random recurrence, the statistical marker of a proto-writing system. 3. Some sequences appear in triplet form, with grammar-like repetition and syntax, and yet academic silence. Why? Because if accepted, it would mean writing began in pagan, pre-Indo-European, matristic Europe, not Mesopotamia, not Egypt. It would mean we must rewrite human intellectual history from scratch. So instead, we pretend it never existed. 1. The oldest copper tools in the world come from Vinca culture, not Sumer. Writing and metallurgy rise together. 2. Some Vinca figurines were found with graphite residues, possibly used to trace patterns for transcription. The horned goddess motif, first appearing in Vinca art, resurfaces 3,000 years later in Mycenaean and Minoan seals. 4. The goddess with outstretched arms is a recurring icon across the Balkans and Anatolia, a cultural memory that survives into Hittite and Greek mythology. 44. The Taos Cave, Ecuador, metal books and ancient libraries. There's a place beneath the Ecuadorian jungle where maps end, where ancient metal books whisper in forgotten scripts, and where secrets were so dangerous, even Neil Armstrong was sent in silence. 1969 to 1976. Amid Cold War paranoia, CIA operations in Latin America intensified. Ecuador, a nation under pressure from both U.S. influence and indigenous uprisings, became a geopolitical chess piece. In 1969, Juan Mariche walked into the Argentine embassy with a claim so absurd they almost laughed him out, until he produced a notarized legal affidavit. I discovered a library made of metal, shelves, books, symbols not found in any known language. He had photos, witnesses, measurements, and within months he was silenced. The media never followed up, and years later his entire archive vanished. What did he see that required international silence? Why did this story disappear just as the U.S. military began resource mapping Ecuador? Father Carlos Crespi had one rule. He never sold the artifacts gifted by locals, metallic plates, masks, and tools that shouldn't exist. Some were made of nickel alloys not smelted in South America before the 20th century. Others resembled Sumerian, Phoenician, and Proto-Elamite inscriptions, none native to the Americas. Then came the fire in 1962. It destroyed half the collection. The surviving items, mysteriously taken by the Vatican, never cataloged, never seen again. Fact: a 1958 photo shows a metal plate with cuneiform-like script, now erased from museum records. Did the Vatican save relics or erase history? In 1976, a 100-man expedition entered Taos Cave. One guest stood out: Neil Armstrong. Why would the first man on the moon crawl into an obscure jungle cave? He never answered that question. When pressed in a rare interview, he simply replied, "We were guests of the Ecuadorian government. I was observing yet internal memos from the expedition show that Armstrong held a private meeting with the Shuar elders, emerged shaken, and spent the remaining days in isolation." Later, he refused interviews on Taos for the rest of his life. What terrified a man who walked on the moon? The indigenous Shuar don't call it a cave. They call it a place of sealing. According to their oral histories, beings from the stars, not gods but builders, hid something underground before the resetting of the sky. Their legends include 1. Tools that cut stone like fire. 2. Metal with voices inside. 3. A library made for those who came after the flood. Archaeologists dismissed this, until ground-penetrating radar in 2009 revealed a rectangular chamber beneath an unentered section of Taos. Ecuadorian authorities sealed the area for conservation. What's inside the sealed chamber, and why can't even scientists enter? Declassified U.S. documents from the 1970s proved the CIA had active operations tracking archaeological anomalies in Latin America. Taos Cave is named in 3 separate memos. One is redacted entirely except for the phrase, "significant non-Columbian origin potential." A Freedom of Information Act request for the full Taos expedition logs has been denied since 2001. And Juan Mariche, found dead under suspicious circumstances in 1991, just as he prepared to reveal his findings in Europe. His lawyer, Guillermo Aguirre, claimed he had the truth. It was taken from him before he could speak. If this was all just fantasy, why does every document, witness, and artifact keep disappearing? This isn't a question of if something lies beneath the cave. It's a question of why the most powerful institutions in the world keep erasing it. 1. Neil Armstrong never gave a single public statement about the Teos expedition. 2. The Ecuadorian military sealed multiple corridors post-1976, citing environmental risk. 3. Multiple Crespi artifacts show pre-Columbian titanium traces, impossible to produce locally. 4. 1990s photos show symbols inside Teos identical to Hittite hieroglyphics, predating any American writing system. The Ica stones, Peru, dinosaurs and surgery. In 1973, a quiet man in Peru held up a black stone, etched with a heart surgery the Incas weren't supposed to know, and said, "This will either rewrite history or destroy me." 2 years later, his house was ransacked, his research burned, the stones sealed away, the science never published. The question isn't whether the Ica stones are real. The real question is, why did so many people work so hard to make us forget they existed? 1. 1966, Dr. Javier Cabrera, a well-respected physician, receives a carved stone of a human heart operation. 2. At first he thinks it's a prank, but it shows accurate muscle striation and valve positioning, not known in the Andes until the 20th century. 3. Over the next 6 years, he collects over 11,000 stones showing O blood transfusions, O brain surgeries, with incisions matching modern trepanation mapping O mechanical levers connected to organs 4. A curious fact? Some incisions match those found on ancient Peruvian skulls stored in the Peabody Museum at Harvard, but never displayed publicly. Why do some of these stones depict internal anatomy more precisely than European Renaissance diagrams? 1. Stones depict O sauropods with dermal spikes, not known until the 1990s. Oetheropods with bird-like postures, decades before it was mainstream science too. One stone shows a reptile birthing live young, a species once dismissed as fiction until fossil evidence of live birth in prehistoric reptiles was uncovered in 2011. Cauhusaurus. 3. A few stones appear to show feathered dinosaurs long before the feather-dino link gained traction in the early 2000s. How could forgers from a Peruvian village in the 1960s predict discoveries made in China 40 years later? Farmer Basilio Uchuya confesses to making the stones, after being threatened with imprisonment under Peruvian antiquities laws. 1. But the tools he claims he used, dental drills, leave rotary marks. Many of the stones do not show these signs. Some show micro-weathering patterns that match volcanic exposure estimates of over 800 years. 2. A metallurgist from Lima analyzed a stone under electron microscopy in 1974. Traces of hematite oxidation indicated long-term patina formation, a report suppressed and never published. If the confession was a lie to protect himself, who was he protecting from? After Dr. Cabrera's book, The Message of the Engraved Stones, gains international attention, 3 things happen. 1. Peru outlaws exportation of the stones. 2. Multiple museum acquisitions are canceled for lack of context. 3. Cabrera's museum is looted by unknown assailants. Only the most controversial stones are stolen. In 1991, a Smithsonian researcher privately requests to see 20 of Cabrera's stones. He never returns them. 1. The Smithsonian officially denies involvement. A leaked 1998 memo from Peru's Ministry of Culture suggests burning the stones to avoid historical confusion. If it's all a hoax, why are institutions acting like it's a contagion? The message they buried one. The final set of stones are the most bizarre. Maps of constellations only visible 12,000 years ago in the southern hemisphere. Diagrams of double helix DNA. What appears to be a planetary migration path ending in extinction. 2. Cabrera believed the stones were created by a lost, globe-spanning civilization whose knowledge was meant to survive a flood. 3. His final written note reads, "History is not what happened. It is what survived censorship." If these stones are the remnants of a lost scientific culture, what else have we misclassified as myth? 1. In 1975, a French researcher, Pierre Honoré, presented analysis of Ica stone magnetic alignments, suggesting unknown magnetic inscriptions. His work was dismissed without peer review. 2. A matched skull from a Nazca site shows signs of implantation consistent with stone diagrams. Never DNA tested. 3. Some Ica stones depict lunar eclipse sequences only visible from Peru in 21,000 BCE. Data confirmed by astrophysicist simulations. 4. The Peruvian Ministry of Culture still refuses requests to open official study on Ica stones under the guise of archaeological contamination risks. You were taught to believe ancient people were primitive. But what if our ancestors knew more than we do, and we've spent centuries erasing them to protect our fragile version of history? This isn't just about old stones in the dirt. It's about the truth we buried, to protect the lie we all agreed to call civilization. 46. Underwater ruins of Dwarka, India. A sunken city in myth and reality. For over 3,000 years, an entire civilization has been swallowed by the sea and hidden in plain sight while historians called it legend. But what if your textbooks are lying? What if the ruins beneath the waves could shatter the foundations of recorded history? Vanished without a trace? 1. Archaeologists found megalithic stone walls underwater, too regular, too ordered to be natural. 2. Radiocarbon dating of nearby settlements indicates destruction coinciding with tsunami events at the end of the Bronze Age. 3. Yet astonishingly, the sediment layers show a sudden disappearance of artifacts, no gradual abandonment. Why would a thriving city simply disappear in days? 4. But here's the shock. Ancient texts describe Dwarka's destruction by waters rising in wrath. Could this be the earliest recorded tsunami? How did one of the oldest cities vanish with no known trace until now? The Forbidden Ruins one. Despite the clear evidence, international teams were blocked from comprehensive exploration. 2. Internal government memos leaked decades later reveal fear that Dwarka's findings could destabilize accepted history and regional power narratives. 3. Local fishermen swear by forbidden zones in the sea, warning that ancient guardians protect the site. 4. Secret expeditions in the 1990s reportedly found anomalous metal objects unlike anything from known Bronze Age technology. What are these anomalous objects, and why are they hidden from the world? 1. New underwater surveys suggest Dwarka was part of a vast maritime network, trading with the Harappan civilization, Mesopotamia, and Egypt, challenging assumptions that India was isolated at this time. 2 scripts found near the ruins appear to predate Brahmi, the oldest Indian script, hinting at lost writing systems and forgotten histories. 3. The city layout aligns suspiciously well with constellations, suggesting astronomical knowledge far ahead of its time. Could Dwarka be evidence of an advanced, global Bronze Age civilization raced by disaster and history's gatekeepers? 1. Is Dwarka just myth? Layers of sediment, carbon-dated artifacts, and underwater city layouts prove human construction matching the timeline. Not legend, archaeological fact. 2. Could the structures be natural? Detailed sonar and underwater photography reveal symmetrical walls, tool marks, and docks, impossible in natural formations. 3. Why hide such a discovery? Revealed internal government documents show political motives intertwined with academic gatekeeping, where rewriting history threatens national and religious identities. 4. Are anomalous artifacts fakes? Some recovered objects remain under wraps by authorities, with independent researchers reporting intimidation, a conspiracy beyond mere academic debate. 47. The Mount Padang Pyramid, Indonesia. Older than Göbekli Tepe? They found a pyramid older than civilization itself, but the world wants you to believe it's just a hill. Buried beneath layers of volcanic ash in Indonesia lies a secret that could shatter everything we think we know about human history. This isn't just a ruin. It's a challenge to the very timeline of our origins. Imagine humanity tens of thousands of years ago. The Ice Age still grips the planet. Mammoths roam wild. And yet here, in the shadow of a sleeping volcano, someone was building. Not crude huts, but a vast, multi-layered pyramid, stretching nearly 100 meters wide beneath the Earth's surface. The man who uncovered this secret, Danny Hillman, an Indonesian geologist armed not with a shovel, but with seismic scanners that revealed an underground labyrinth carved by hands no one believed capable of such complexity 20,000 years ago. Pause and think. 20,000 years. That's before agriculture, before written language, before cities, before anything we call civilization. But here's the tension. The scientific community fights tooth and nail to keep Mount Padang locked in the natural hill category. Because accepting this site's age means rewriting history. It means admitting that Ice Age humans may have possessed advanced knowledge and engineering far beyond what we've imagined. Why the resistance? Could it be that challenging the established timeline threatens careers, funding, and the very foundations of archaeology as we know it? The story deepens beneath the stones. Scans show hidden chambers, terraces, and staircases. Local myths whisper of gods and sacred mountains, echoing a forgotten past. And traces of ancient mortar defy the idea this was mere volcanic chaos. Still, mainstream voices cry, natural formation. Yet the evidence builds. But it doesn't stop there. Mount Padang isn't an isolated mystery. Around the world, submerged pyramids and buried complexes hint at a lost Ice Age civilization, erased by cataclysms and erased from our textbooks. And just when the world began to demand answers, Indonesian officials suddenly halted digs, citing preservation, but leaked whispers say international pressure from entrenched archaeologists shut it down. Is history a cycle of rise, fall, and carefully crafted forgetfulness? Who holds the power to bury the truth and why? 48. Glozal tablets, France. Language before the Ice Age? Buried beneath the soil of a quiet French village lies a secret that could collapse the entire timeline of human civilization. But the world has fought tooth and nail to silence it. In 1924, Émile Fradin, a humble farmer in Glozal, France, unearthed objects so baffling that they threatened the foundations of archaeology itself. Among them, inscribed tablets, etched bones, and cryptic ceramics, an archive that appeared to predate known writing by millennia. But these weren't just artifacts. They were accusations against mainstream history. If genuine, the glozal tablets imply that sophisticated symbolic communication existed before the Ice Age thawed Europe, suggesting lost civilizations and knowledge far older than previously accepted. This challenges not just history, but the very idea of linear human progress. Here's the bombshell. Radiocarbon dating tests gave wildly inconsistent results, some pointing to the Neolithic, others suspiciously older, forcing archaeologists into confusion. Why the disparity? Could scientific politics and institutional biases have manipulated the narrative to maintain orthodoxy? Whispers of suppressed reports and lost excavation notes fuel suspicion of an academic cover-up. The symbols carved on the tablets have resisted full decipherment for a century. Yet subtle parallels to both ancient European pictographs and early Mesopotamian scripts hint at a shared ancient knowledge network, a prehistoric information highway erased by time. One tablet might even encode astronomical data, indicating that Ice Age peoples track celestial cycles with precision previously thought impossible. What if these were the astronomers of prehistory, guardians of forgotten wisdom? Doubters ask, could it all be a hoax? Could Fradden have been misled or complicit? Are the symbols just random doodles? Archaeological fraud is no myth, but genuine investigations reveal that multiple independent scholars, including some fierce critics, confirm the tablet's authenticity, yet they remain ignored or ridiculed in textbooks. This documentary exposes these tensions, revealing how science itself can become a battlefield for power and narrative control. White Shaman rock art, Texas, entheogenic rituals, alien imagery. Deep beneath the Texas desert's sun-scorched surface lies a gallery of images so bizarre, so hypnotic, they challenge everything we think we know about ancient human consciousness and about the history buried by powerful interests. We are in the late Archaic to early formative period, roughly 3000 to 1500 BCE, in the Pecos River Canyon lands of Texas. The creators are unknown prehistoric hunter-gatherers whose sophisticated rituals would lay the foundation for spiritual practices across the Americas. David Lewis Williams, a pioneering anthropologist, identified a crucial link between these paintings and altered states of consciousness. But what he didn't emphasize is the extent of political resistance from mainstream academia to acknowledge the full implications. For decades, the mainstream explanation was simple: primitive hunters doodling. But recent chemical residue studies have confirmed the use of powerful hallucinogens like datura, known to induce vivid, often terrifying visions. Visions that the art vividly captures in exquisite detail. Yet buried beneath these psychedelic paintings are symbols that defy earthly origins. Figures with multiple eyes, elongated skulls, and geometric patterns eerily matching those found in shamanistic sites across Siberia and even prehistoric Australia. The pigments aren't just ochre and clay. Advanced mineral binders were used, indicating these paintings were sacred, costly, and painstakingly preserved. This was not idle art. It was a map of a hidden mental universe. Ethnobotanical studies show these plants produce visions so profound they can rupture time perception, potentially explaining how these shamans could conceptualize non-human entities. But what if these entities weren't hallucinations at all? Cross-continental comparisons reveal that similar rock art styles and motifs appear in remote Eurasian sites dated to the exact same period. Could there have been an ancient, now lost cultural or spiritual exchange? And if so, why does the archaeological record stubbornly avoid acknowledging these connections? Skeptics will argue these are just hallucinations, folk art, or modern fantasies. But here's the inconvenient truth. Powerful academic gatekeepers have systematically downplayed or dismissed evidence linking these sites to psychoactive use and possible early intercontinental cultural transmissions. Could this be because accepting these facts forces us to rewrite entire chapters of human history, undermining established nationalistic or colonial narratives? As the desert wind sweeps over the ancient cliffs, these enigmatic figures seem to reach through millennia, beckoning us to look beyond our limited reality. What if the white shaman art is not just a record of visions, but a coded message from a prehistoric global consciousness, lost but waiting to be decoded? 50. The Hall of Records, under Sphinx, Edgar Cayce's lost archive of Atlantis. Imagine a secret older than the pyramids, buried beneath the world's most iconic statue, one so dangerous that every excavation attempt has been mysteriously halted. What if this secret isn't myth, but a hidden chapter of human history the establishment desperately wants buried? The Great Sphinx of Giza, carved around 2500 BCE under Pharaoh Khafre's reign, stands sentinel over the Giza Plateau. Yet some geologists argue the Sphinx's erosion patterns suggest it's at least 7,000 years older, dating back to a civilization lost to history. This time discrepancy challenges everything we know about early human development. Marriott's explorations revealed complex tunnels, but his work was abruptly stopped under unclear circumstances. Later teams encountered bureaucratic roadblocks and lack of funding, but insiders whisper of hidden agendas. Could these tunnels be access points to the Hall of Records? Why are modern technologies like moon tomography picking up unexplained voids directly beneath the statue? Is the Sphinx a tomb, a temple, or a time capsule? And what deadly knowledge lies sealed beneath centuries of stone? Schock's analysis shows the Sphinx bears signs of heavy rainfall erosion, something impossible in the arid Egyptian climate for 4,500 years. If this is true, it forces us to reconsider the accepted Egyptian timeline and the origins of civilization itself. What unknown society possessed the engineering skills to carve this monument? Could this forgotten society be humanity's true ancestor? And what if their knowledge has been deliberately erased? Cayce's visions speak of a hidden library with scrolls chronicling advanced knowledge, astronomy, medicine, engineering, far beyond what 2,500 BCE Egyptians could muster. Mainstream archaeology dismisses this as fantasy, yet recent discoveries of unexplained artifacts, like the Dendera light reliefs and anomalous metallic beads, hint at forgotten technology. Are we on the brink of unearthing a lost civilization's legacy? Or is this an elaborate ruse to distract from what truly lies beneath? Skeptics will question the credibility of Cayce in the older Sphinx theory, but the layers of independent scientific data, geological, archaeological, and historical, demand serious reconsideration. Political and institutional inertia, funding politics, and cultural biases cloud the search for truth. Could the silence be more damning than the evidence itself? Imagine the possibility that every history book you've trusted is a lie engineered by those in power, and that the real story of humanity is buried beneath layers of deliberate deception, forgotten artifacts, and forbidden knowledge. That's not paranoia, that's history. Why would scientists risk their reputations in history itself by denying evidence they secretly believe is true? What if the key to rewriting history lies locked beneath the Sphinx, and those in charge refuse to open the door? Could a civilization advanced enough to build a city under the sea rewrite the origin story of human culture itself? What if the cradle of civilization is not Mesopotamia, but a forgotten island thousands of miles away? If everything we know is built on a foundation of silenced truths, how deep does the rabbit hole go? And will we dare to follow it? You've just glimpsed what mainstream history desperately tries to erase. What if everything you thought you knew about humanity's past was a carefully constructed lie? This isn't speculation. These secrets are buried beneath our feet, hidden in plain sight, protected by powerful forces that don't want you to ask questions. So here's the real test. Will you keep living inside the comfortable story they fed you? Or will you break free, dive deeper, question everything, and risk everything to uncover the forbidden truth? Subscribe now, because once you open this door, there's no turning back, and the answers waiting might shatter everything you believe.